Live from the Nebraska State Fair, this is a special presentation from the Nebraska Rural Radio Association. This live broadcast is brought to you by Homestead Bank, your journey, your bank, with 9 great locations across Nebraska, and by Green Plains. Enjoy the show, and for more information, visit ruralradionetwork.com.
Light the Marlboro light on your lip. Does the smoke in your mirror get clearer without my kiss? Are you changing the station or
getting that sheep presented, getting him set up. She's one that whenever we kind of initially get into this top 5 and start making some of those tough calls, that's a sheep that's maybe not wants to not stay as set in place as what we'd like to see with a couple of the other ones. I'd like to just change those things about her, maybe just get that sheep to kind of stay there and kind of highlight what he's got just a little bit better. Young lady that comes in, I think, does a really nice job, especially as far as getting that sheep's head up, getting his shoulder and his neck to come up and out of his blade. I think just a really nice presence that she offers whenever we get that sheep turned sideways. Like to see her just a little smoother, and whenever we get there, like to see her maybe get there just a little smoother into those transitions in terms of whenever we get that sheep from coming around in motion and maybe getting him set into place. But some tough calls, some exhibitors down the line that did a really nice job. Please join me in congratulating this first heat. Look forward to working with the exhibitors throughout the day.
Oklahoma's near. It's not home, I fear.
And for our parents in the stands, we are getting the speakers fixed, so you all will be able to hear on this side a lot better. So they are running to get that taken care of right now. In the meantime, your results of Class 1 as Class 2 enters the ring in senior showmanship. Your red ribbon winners will include Cassidy Miracle from Boone County, Jada Sperling from Fillmore County, Cole Schroer from Buffalo County, Kenzie Wirt, Hamilton County, Marshall Humphrey, Clay County, Emma Heller from Cumming County. Blue ribbon winners will include Clara Johnson from Lancaster County, Abby Stanwyck from Dixon County, Abby Scholes from Phelps County, William Skavinsky from Valley County. Purple ribbon winner, second purple, coming back in the final drive will be Owen Van Kirk from Thurston County, and your first purple is Leah Spencer from Red Willow County. In the ring now, ladies and gentlemen, is Class 2 of senior showmanship.
Hold on a little longer. Well, I can watch the sunset through the clouds. Just yet, I'll stay a while. Well, I went down to the Grundy County auction where I saw something I just had to have. My mind told me I should proceed with caution, but my heart said go ahead and make a bid on that. And I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I'd give anything to make you mine online. I'll do your bidding and be at your beck and call. Yeah, I've never seen anyone looking so fine, man. I gotta have her, she's a one of a kind. I'm going once, going twice. I'm sold on the lady in the second row. She's an 8, she's a 9, she's a 10, I know. She's got ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes, and I'm about to bid my heart goodbye. But the auctioneer was going about a mile a minute. He was taking bids and calling them out loud. And I guess I was really getting in it, 'cause I just shouted out above the crowd. And I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I'd give anything to make you mine online. I'll do your bidding and be at your beck and call. Yeah, I've never seen anyone looking so fine, man. I gotta have her, she's a one of a kind. I'm going once, going twice. I'm sold on a lady in a long black dress, but she won my heart. It was no contest. With a ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes. Well, I'm about to bid my heart goodbye. Yeah, we found love on the auction block, and I hauled her heart away. Now we still love and laugh about the way we met that day when I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I'd give anything to make you mine online. I'll do your bidding and be at your beck and call. Yeah, I've never seen anyone looking so fine, man. I gotta have her, she's a one of a kind. I'm going once, going twice. I'm sold on the lady in the second row. She's a 8, she's a 9, she's a 10, I know. She's got ruby red lips, blonde hair, blue eyes, and I'm about to bid my heart goodbye.
I think another really nice class of heat that we've got here. I think there's one that initially comes in from the word go that we've got that kind of comes to the front, in my opinion. I think you analyze that young man and how that sheep responds to him, how he's got him presented whenever we've got him parked, how he's got him presented when he comes in motion. And I think the thing, just as we're kind of work through and some things, if you're sitting back ringside, just to kind of pay attention to, the way that this young man uses the corners of the ring, he gets out, he doesn't try to cut corners, he gets around, he uses his corners, he makes those things circle around, and he's always in a good spot. And I think we sometimes get in a hurry as we look at exhibitors and trying to get to our point and maybe get those things set up. And that sheep looks really good in motion. And so he uses those corners and he uses this big ring to highlight those. I think a young man that does a really outstanding job presenting his animal. I think a good place to start there. I think it gets a little challenging in my opinion. We kind of work through those just a little bit longer amongst second and third, and kind of a similar story to what we had last time. I think just some small, minute details that maybe you'd like to change about each one of these exhibitors, just in my personal opinion. I'd like to see both of them just get a little more drive out of those animals. I'd like to see those animals kind of prop up and drive into those exhibitors just a little bit better. I think we do a good job of getting them set and we getting them parked into place. But in my opinion, as we analyze both of these in second and third, maybe just not quite getting the punch, not getting the drive out of them you'd like to see as we compare them to the first place. It just came down to some small things there at the end. I liked them the way that we got them placed there. Two exhibitors that do a nice job. As we get into young man and fourth, I think one that does get some extra drive out of that sheep, one that gets him up fronted, one that gets his head and neck to kind of come in and blend the way that you'd want to. Ever so slightly from time to time, we'd see that thing and we'd like to change where that one's set up, just in terms of his feet and leg placement. You'd get a view up there up the front, or maybe that wether had his back leg scissored the wrong way. Just some small things that as we kind of worked into that top five, just some small details that maybe we want to do just a little bit better job of paying attention to. The young man does a really nice job of getting some drive out of that weather. We've got an exhibitor that comes in here in fifth that, again, kind of follows similar suit. We get that one's head and neck up. I like his hand placement. Like to see a little more drive out of that sheep. I'd like to see him get from his transitions just a little bit better. As we work that sheep around the ring and we've got him in motion, I'd like to see him just a little smoother in how he goes from having that sheep in motion to have him set up from a profile view. But again, a really good top five that we worked through. Once again, joining me in congratulating those kids in the second heat.
As Class 3 gets ready to enter the ring in senior showmanship, here are your results of Class 2. Red ribbon winners include Riley Funk from Nuckolls County, Seth Wart, Hamilton County, James Gerlushian from Colfax County, Grant Johnson from Lancaster County, Marissa Roll from Douglas Sarpy County, Carrie Smith from Buffalo County. Blue ribbon winners, Carter Olson from Pierce County, Caden Carlson from he would be from Fillmore County, Mason Roberts from Lincoln County, Kaylee Davis from Grant County will be your second purple and first purple. Taylor Lautenschlager from Hall County. That's the results of Class 2. Class 3 is now in the ring.
Sunday morning, man, she woke up fighting mad, bitching and moaning on and on about the time I had. And by Tuesday, you could say that girl was good as gone. And then when Thursday came around, I was all alone. So I went gonna be the death of me is my saving grace. It's got me thinking that her leaving is the only logical reason that I got the last spot in the Hooters parking lot, and the waitress left her number on my check with a heart. She picked up on the first ring when I gave her a call. And I was spent $5 at the Moose Club raffle, one a used four-wheeler and 3 free passes for me and 2 of my buddies to play around a golf. And I ain't gotta see my ex-future mother-in-law anymore. Oh, Lord, when it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. I've been on one hell of a redneck road for 3 weeks now. And it all started on the day that she walked out. Then I won $100 on a scratch-off ticket. Bought 2 12-packs and a tank of gas with it. She swore they were a waste of time, all, but she was wrong. And I was calling number 5 on the radio station, on a 4-day, 3-night beach vacation.
Attention all exhibitors, please refrain from walking your animals in the public walk areas. We would appreciate it if you would continue to walk only your animals on the west side of the barns and no farther north than the sheep barns. This keeps our areas for the public clean. Please do not walk your animals in front or to the east of the barns or any farther north of the sheep barns, so that we can keep our areas clean. Thank you.
Out on the roof, just the other night, I watched the world flash by. Headlights, taillights, running through a river of neon signs. But somewhere in the rush I felt we're losing ourselves and days go by. I can feel them flying like a hand out the window in the wind. The cars go by. It's all we've been given, so you better start living right now. Days go by. Yeah, days go by. We think about tomorrow and it slips away. Oh, yes it does. We talk about forever, but we've only got today. The days go by. I can feel them flying like a hand out the window as the cars go by. It's all we've been given, so you better start living. You better start living. You better start living right now. As days go by, I can feel them flying like a hand out the window in the wind. The cars go by. It's all we've been given, so you better start living. him by the hand, a little ride. Take him by the hand, don't let him off my back. Come on now. Come on. Don't you know the days go by? Whose bed have your boots been under? Whose bed have your boots been under? And whose heart did you see? I wonder. This time did it feel like thunder, baby? But whose bed have your boots been under? Don't look so lonely. Don't act so blue. I know I'm not the only girl you run to. I know about Lolita, your little Spanish flame. I've seen you out with Rita, the redhead down the lane. Whose bed have your boots been under? Whose heart did you see? I wonder. This time did it feel like thunder, baby? And who did you run to? And whose lips have you been kissing? And whose ear did you make a wish in? And she's the one that you've been missing, baby. Well, whose bed have your boots been under? I heard you've been sneaking around with Jill. And what about that weekend with Beverly Hills? And I've seen you walking with long legs Louise. And you were just talking last night with Denise. Whose bed have your boots been under? And whose heart did you see? I wonder. This time did it feel like thunder, baby? And who did you run to? And whose lips have you been kissing? And whose ear did you make a wish in? She's the one that you've been missing, baby. Well, whose bed have your boots been under? Come on, boots.
I think probably the most challenging class we've had up to this point. And we'll kind of talk about these top five, but I think it was deep as we worked into, 6th, 7th, 8th, just some exhibitors that have a very good idea of what they're doing out here, how that animal needs to be presented. You can tell some homework and some time and effort's been put in prior to today. So we'll kind of talk about these five, and I'll be honest, kind of talk some comparative differences, just kind of the opinion that I have and kind of what I would prefer. And that's not to say by any means that that's correct, and that's the way that those things need to be shown, whether it's this afternoon or tomorrow. I'm a firm believer that sometimes, maybe the exhibitor that lands in that 3rd spot, 5th spot, whatever, if you had the one that was coming back in for the final drive on Sunday afternoon, that might be the one as opposed to the exhibitor that lands first on Showmanship days. So we'll kind of talk some comparative difference, especially amongst these top five, because I'm not sure there's just one that necessarily jumps out at me, in my personal opinion, as the one that absolutely has to win. But I think as the longer the drive wore on and the longer that we analyze these animals, the longer we analyze the participants, I think the young lady that comes to the front, in my opinion, just does the most good things and the most positive things while making the least amount of mistakes. And we kind of talk about that, and I'll say it multiple times, especially as we're working through Showmanship, there is no question that we're dealing with an animal here that's probably not real intelligent. And so as we deal with our 2nd and 3rd exhibitors here, both of those sheep are probably acting up, probably things that they don't necessarily do at the house. And I know that happens, and I know that that's unfortunate, but we're in the Showmanship class, and so we've kind of just got to draw a line in the sand there and kind of make some of those tough calls. But I think as we analyze the young lady up front, she's one that gets that sheep presented well. She highlights that sheep's attributes. I think the thing that separates her, in my opinion, is her transitions from whenever that animal's in motion as to whenever she gets him set and gets him presented. I think she does so, maximizing the least amount of effort. But I think the unique part is as you analyze that sheep from the outside looking in, you think that that sheep's just propped up and set square and maybe didn't necessarily getting a whole lot of drive and a whole lot of punch out of that one. And then you go put your hands on him. She's got him locked in place exactly how you would want in terms of just touch and handle and tone. So I think a young lady that does a very nice job, one that comes to the front of this particular heat, in my opinion. As we get into second and third, and we talked about it, I think 2 exhibitors that do an outstanding job showing, 2 that really get those sheep to prop up and show and drive. We kind of talked about it. There was a little bit of some issues as we were moving those sheep in motion with the young lady in second. There was a little bit of some issues as we wanted to handle that sheep there towards the end. And I don't necessarily care or place or judge a person or an exhibitor based off the mistakes that those sheep made. I want to see how you come out of those. How do you come out of that mistake? That sheep jumps. I want to see how you present that animal and get him put back into place. If that sheep doesn't necessarily walk around the ring, maybe you'd expect him to. I want to kind of see how you come out of that and some of that adversity. I think it was real close. That's how I personally liked it amongst second and third. I think 2 exhibitors that do a really nice job. Young lady that comes in fourth, that's one that gets that sheep propped up. She gets him set square. She highlights that one's neck and front end, gets that one to really stand up and show off and offer us a really good look from the side. I'd like to see a little more drive whenever we handle that ewe lamb. I'd like to see her just push and have a little more touch and tone. You can tell whenever you put your hands on her, maybe she's set square, maybe she's propped up and looks good from the side. I'd like to see her just driving into that exhibitor ever so slightly a little bit better. Young lady that comes in fifth here is one that does get that extra drive and gets that extra touch and tone that we like to see whenever we put our hands on them. I like to modify how she's kind of got that sheep's front end, just in terms of hand placement, that one's neck and shoulder blade and how everything kind of blends together. That's one I'd like to see maybe just kind of rolled back. I'd like to see that sheep a little more relaxed just in how she could place her hands and maybe just some minor detail things that we'd like to change. Again, a top 5 that was extremely tough. Let's congratulate the exhibitors that are out here in the ring.
Well, here's your results of Class 3 and your senior showmanship. Red ribbon winners include Aubrey Hanna from Colfax County, Dusty Brown from Lincoln County, Parker Walhowski from Dawson County, Kaylee Gach from Buffalo County, Allison Nielsen from Washington County, Carrie Saney from Platte County, Jalen Clement from Saunders County. Your blue ribbon winners include Jordan Muscle from Gage County, Callie Ludicky from Phelps County, Abby Stahlbaumer from Custer County. Your second purple is Whitney Pollock from York County, and first purple goes to Callie Collins of Hall County. In the ring now is Class 4 of 6. This is Class 4 of your senior showman.
moon shining bright. Edge of the water, we were feeling all right. Back down a country road, the girls are always hot and the beer is ice cold. Cadillac, horns on the hood. My buddy Frankie had his dad hook him up good. Girls smile when we roll by. They hop in the back and we cruise to the riverside. Whoa, never gonna grow up. Never gonna slow down. We were shining like lighters in the dark in the middle of a rock show. We were doing it right. We were coming alive. Yeah, caught up in a southern summer, barefoot blue jean night. Blue eyes and auburn hair, sitting looking pretty by the fire in a lawn chair. New to town and new to me, her ruby red lips was sipping on sweet tea. Shot me a little like a shooting star, so I grabbed a beer and my old guitar. Then we sat around till the break of dawn, howling and singing our favorite song. Never gonna grow up, never gonna slow down. We were shining like lighters in the dark in the middle of a rock show. We were doing it right. We were coming alive. Yeah, caught up in a southern summer, barefoot blue jean night. Whoa, never gonna grow up. Never gonna slow down. We were shining like lighters in the dark in the middle of a rock show. We were doing it right. We were coming alive. Yeah, caught up in a southern summer, barefoot blue jean night. A 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 barefoot blue jean night. Oh, it's a barefoot blue jean night. A barefoot blue jean night.
Yeah, you used to talk about getting even further south, somewhere where the summer lasted all year round. Probably got a big old diamond on your hand right now, maybe a baby or a couple by now. Long driveway to a big white house. But I wonder when you're drinking if you find yourself thinking about that boy from East Tennessee. And I know we both knew better, but we still said forever. And that was 7 summers ago in Southern Comfort. Were we dumb or just younger? Who knows? Back then you used to love the river and sipping on a sixer with me. Does it ever make you sad to know that was 7 summers ago? Yeah, I bet your daddy's so proud of how his little girl turned out. Think she dies a boy of a good old boy like me. Cause I still go drinking, same friends on Friday. Bought a few acres, couple roads off the highway. Guess you never saw things my way anyway. But I wonder when you're drinking if you find yourself thinking about that boy from East Tennessee. And I know we both knew better, but we still said forever. And that was 7 summers ago in Southern Comfort. Were we dumb or just younger? Who knows? Back then you used to love the river and sipping on a sixer with me. Does it ever make you sad to know that was 7 summers ago? 7 summers ago. 7 summers ago.
I think another really good heat, and we kind of I think a heat here that follows a very similar pattern to maybe what we had with one or two of those while ago. That we've got a group up here, I think amongst our top 5 or 6 that do a really nice job. I think we've got a pair of exhibitors up here that probably have as much contrast in their showing type and style as any that we've come across up till this point, especially as we talk about first and second. And I think both of these exhibitors do a really good job. I think their style and kind of what they do as far as getting to the finish line just varies tremendously. We've got a young lady up here in front that she does an outstanding job of working that sheep's front third of his body. She gets that one to stand up and show off. She shows off his head, his neck, his shoulder, and she kind of highlights the view and the look and some of the quality pieces that sheep gives us. And I think that's very important. I think it's important to understand the things that a sheep does well and maybe the things that he doesn't do as well. I'd like to see her maybe just get a little more drive out of that sheep, in my opinion. But I think as you analyze her, as she moves about the ring, and in terms of her transitions from when that sheep's in motion to when we've got that guy parked, she's very smooth in how she gets there. And I think she does an outstanding job of getting that sheep propped up, getting him and kind of highlighting the pieces and the good pieces and the features and the quality that he's got. I think a very nice one to start with. I think a young lady that does a good job, especially as we work that one through the front portion of his body. Young man in seconds, one that I'll be honest, that's kind of like that story that I said a while ago. If you got one coming back tomorrow afternoon, that kid, he gets every bit out of that one that we can possibly get. He gets that one to drive. He gets him to lock into place. He's working his tail off. I love that intensity. I love that drive. As we kind of compare him to first and second, I'd like to see him maybe just a little smoother and kind of how he gets from point A to point B. I'd like to see him kind of get that sheep to maybe stand up ever so slightly. That's probably a feature about that weather that's maybe not exactly ideal. So if we could kind of get that one to maybe relax and kind of prop up and stand up, I think it would just highlight his unique ability to really get a lot of drive and a lot of punch out of that one. That's 2 exhibitors that I look forward to working back through as we kind of talk. This is obviously just the heat. We'll get them back into that final drive here, and I think 2 exhibitors that do an outstanding job. We've got a young lady that comes in here in third that I like just the demeanor and the mannerism as she moves about the ring with this particular weather. She does a good job of just understanding where the judge is, kind of staying on the right side. That's, again, we've kind of talked about it throughout the day. We got to get a little more drive. We got to get a little more push and just pop out of that one. She does an outstanding job of getting his feet and legs set. She does a good job with his head and his neck. I just like to see that sheep kind of prop up and drive ever so slightly. Again, a similar story that we've got with the young man that comes in forward. That one's always set where he's supposed to be. You can tell that there's been a lot of time and effort and preparation that's been spent at home. That sheep's head and his neck and his front feet are always in the right spot. His back legs are exactly how they need to be. He does an outstanding job whenever I'm off of him of kind of highlighting that sheep and not hiding his shoulder and his front end. Just got to see a little more push, got to see a little more pop, got to see a little more drive. I'd like to see that sheep just kind of set in there and push against that young man, especially as we come in for the handle. So that's just kind of some personal opinion and how I see it. But I think a young man that certainly got to contribute for how well he does whenever we get that guy set up and propped up. Young man that comes in here in fifth, one that does an outstanding job of getting some push and drive, probably almost a little bit to a fault. We talk about kind of maybe finding that happy balance and that happy medium where that sheep's maybe pushing you over and you're kind of pushing him, and where you kind of come in harmony and lock. And what I've noticed as we kind of wore on to the drive, and especially as we kind of worked into this top 5, that sheep wanted to get just maybe overdriving ever so slightly, wanted to get that one maybe just pushing a little bit too much. So we want to kind of dial that back. But a young man that does a good job of just getting him set in, getting him locked, that sheep handles extremely well whenever we get him come in for the handle. Again, we kind of talked about it, just some small things that we'd like to change, maybe amongst our top 5 there. Please join me in congratulating all of the exhibitors on an outstanding job.
Getting ready to enter the ring now will be class number 5. This is class 5 of 6 in our senior showmanship. Your results coming from class 4. Red ribbon winners include Grace Eckhart from Adams County, Kendra Losky from Blair, Addie Donaldson from Boone County, Jared Sechin from Lincoln County, Kaylin Little from Clay County, Cash Davis from Grant County. Blue ribbon winners include Spencer Walhowski from Dawson County, Christian Wagner from Dodge County, Ashley Singh from Platte County. Purple ribbon winners, second purple is Brock Markson from Colfax County, and first purple is Elena Fangmeyer from Thayer County. Again, in the ring now will be class number 5.
But I've got something to say. Standing. You're going nowhere fast. Late night crying, your accusations, my denying. If you don't trust me, just say you don't. Cause you say you hate me, you say I'm leaving. I'm so tired of us not believing that I love you as only words. And I don't know how far you'll make it before you realize your heart is breaking. By that time, well, I'll be gone. Standing in the driveway, waving as a breath of freedom I've been craving. But maybe this time I won't last. You're going nowhere fast. I take half the blame for this, but it's not you I'm gonna miss. And I don't know how far you'll make it before you realize your heart is breaking. By that time, well, I'll be gone. Standing in the driveway, waving as a breath of freedom I've been craving. But maybe this time I wasn't last. You're going nowhere fast. Nowhere fast. I'm going nowhere fast. Where you left last night to the beat on the floor.
We will be pausing at 10 o'clock for our opening ceremonies for the state fair.
Let's go, girls. Come on. I'm going out tonight. I'm feeling alright. Gonna let it all hang out. Wanna make some noise, really raise my voice. Yeah, I wanna scream and shout. No inhibitions, make no conditions. Get a little out of line. I ain't gonna act politically correct. I only wanna have a good time. Man, I feel like a woman. The girls need a break tonight. We're gonna take a chance to get out on the town. We don't need romance, we only wanna dance. We're gonna let her hang down. The best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun. They're totally crazy. Looking at my lady, men shirt, short skirts. Really go wild, yeah, doing dirt and sky. Get in the action, feel the attraction. Color my head, do what I dare. I wanna be free, yeah, feel the way I feel. Man, I feel like a woman. Oh yeah, the best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun, they're totally crazy. Looking at my lady, men shirt, short skirts. Really go wild, yeah, doing.
Can I believe in something I can't see or feel with my fingers yet? How can I believe in myself? Anytime you think you wanna be my love, that's a reason to do what you're thinking of. Anytime you think you wanna come on over, stop asking, get in the car and drive. Stop asking, get in the car and drive.
We've kind of talked about it amongst a handful of heats that we've had so far. And I think it just naturally happens, especially as you work into a senior division. There's kids that have been showing for a number of years. They've fallen into a routine, whether it's their preference as far as how they like to show, whether it's some advice that maybe they're getting ringside. And so there's just some different dynamics as far as what we've got as we work through maybe our top 5 to 7 amongst this class. And again, we've talked about it previously on a couple of those other classes, just some variation in what their actual style and just kind of where they're trying to go as far as when they get that animal presented. And I think there's just a tremendous amount of variation amongst this top 5. And I don't have any problem with it. I think there's multiple different ways that you can go about getting these things stuck and getting them highlighted. It's just whatever you can do to do it to the best of your ability and the best of highlighting that animal's attributes and the quality and kind of showing off maybe some of his more unique pieces or her more unique pieces. And then at the same time, maybe trying to kind of hide or mask some things that maybe each one of those animals have at fault. So it's challenging. It's challenging to make some of those decisions as we kind of talk about, we've got a young lady that's sitting here in fourth that probably does as good of a job of getting that sheep up and out as far as his head and his neck and his shoulder as anybody that we've seen up until this point. And I think that's very important, especially on a sheep that's very unique in how he's built and how he kind of highlights that and highlights the quality. And then, maybe on the other end, we've got one that maybe is just a little more fault-free and just gets a little more drive and a little more punch. And in my opinion, that's kind of what I prefer to land on and what I'm a little more comfortable with. So again, I think all of these exhibitors, we talk about 5, 6, 7, but all of these exhibitors are doing a good job. Just some things, some minute details, some personal preference. That's all it comes down to whenever we start to talk about exhibitors on this end that all can show and do so to a very, very high degree. As we talk about the young man there with the Dorset Weather up front, I think that's one that just does a lot of things good. He gets that sheep set in the dirt. He gets him driving. He gets him propped up. And then for the most part, up until we got there towards the end, he really didn't mess with him. Even an exhibitor that kind of had to work his way around from the back, and continually had to move up. I thought he did a really nice job of getting that sheep led into place, set him up, and then just showing that one off. I thought he did so to a very, very high degree. I thought that sheep looks very good whenever we're moving him about the ring, we're moving him in motion. I thought his transitions from that animal moving into where we kind of get him parked and set up, I thought he did all of those things to a very high degree. Again, started to kind of maybe mess with him just a little bit more as the drive kind of wore on, especially as we maybe kind of worked up into that top 2 spot. But that's a style and just a presentation that I prefer to kind of gravitate towards. I like the young man's just smooth demeanor that he's got that comes in second. That's one that he did as good of a job throughout the show, throughout the heat here that we've got, just as far as getting that sheep led into place, getting that ewe lamb set square, and just kind of showing her off. He didn't mess with her. He was just very, very fault-free, very complete, very smooth in how he did everything. Like to just see a little more drive, like to see a little more maybe just kind of that aggressive approach. And again, that's just personal preference today. It's kind of what I try to gravitate towards. But again, one that does an outstanding job just kind of getting that one set up and not messing with him. I compliment those 2 exhibitors up top. Young lady that comes in here in third, I think follows a similar pattern to the young man that won. One that does a good job of getting that sheep set, getting some drive, getting some push out of him. All things that we kind of gravitate towards and become important, especially as we start to kind of move in for the handle. That's a sheep that maybe isn't as easy to show, especially up there, maybe through the front portion of her body. That's one that I'd like to see her maybe just get that one out, kind of get him moving, kind of get him in motion just a little bit better as we kind of compare to those 2 up front. But a young lady that does a really good job, especially as we get that one parked and on the standstill. Again, we talked about the young lady in forward. She does a good job of getting that one highlighted. She does a good job of getting that one running uphill. He's a tall fronted. He's one that's got a little extra look and stretch to him. She does a good job of kind of showing off all that. There's some feet and leg placement issues that I'd like to see just a little bit different. As we kind of analyze that one from the side, I like to maybe see that animal just set a little square, just a little more genuine, and just kind of how he sets down at the ground. Just some minute details that we'd like to maybe change. She does a good job, especially through the front portion of that one's body. Young man that comes in with the blue pelted ewe lamb that comes in here in 5th. Again, another one that does a good job of getting that one stuck and parked and planted. Like to see him just a little better as we're making that transition. That's one that's maybe just a little harder, especially as we're moving her in motion. I'd like to see just that transition from as we've got her in motion to getting that one kind of highlighted and propped up like we've got him now, or like we've got her now. So again, some minute details, some variation amongst our top 5. Please join me though in congratulating the exhibitors that are still in the ring.
We have one final class number 6, that's senior showmanship. But we want folks to know that at 10 o'clock, we will be taking a short break for the State Fair opening ceremonies with Governor Pete Ricketts. That'll take place at 10 o'clock. So just wanted to give you that notice for your planning purposes. Here's your results of Class 5 as the final class of our senior showmen get ready to enter the ring. Your red ribbon winners out of Class 5. Wade Ewald from Adams County. Sean Kuhn from Kearney County. Mitchell McCann from Howard County, Jocelyn Randall from Scotts Bluff County, Wesley Tromke from Phelps County, Kendall Pryor from Chase County. Your blue ribbon winners include Torrance Kaup from Dodge County, Ellie Jarecki from Red Willow County, Lauren Richards from Fillmore County. Second purple is Trevor Kirchhoff from Buffalo County, and your first purple is to Michael Bonesteel from Hall County. That is your results of Class 5. Your final class of senior showmen are in the ring.
Shotgun in my car. We go to the river and find a spot, and we probably went a little too far, just a little too far. 'Cause I was gonna be your forever, and you were gonna be my wife. We didn't know any better, didn't have a clue about life, but I was what you wanted.
Final call, class 10. Final call, intermediate beef showmanship, class 10. Again, following class 10, we will.
Just a reminder that in 10 minutes we will be taking a break to host the opening ceremonies for the State Fair livestock shows in the 5 Points Bank Arena. We invite everybody to come attend at 10 o'clock the opening ceremonies.
First call, intermediate showmanship semifinals heat 1. That's classes 1 through 5 returning. First call, heat 1, intermediate semifinals beef showmanship.
And just a reminder, we will be having opening ceremonies here at 10 o'clock with Governor Pete Ricketts. So we will be taking a pause at 10 o'clock for the governor and the opening ceremonies. In your ring right now is the last class of your senior showmanship, and then we will be having the selection of your grand and reserve senior showman.
Tell Beth that she's got a piece of like a big smoke right afterwards. Immediately following the opening ceremonies will be the selection because we don't want kids in the ring while they're doing that.
And we just received word that our selection of our grand champion and reserve champion senior showman will take place immediately after the opening ceremonies with the governor. So our 4-Hers get a moment to catch their breath before they come back in. So again, the grand champion and reserve champion senior sheep showman will be selected immediately after the governor and the opening ceremonies.
I think a really outstanding way to finish out our senior division in terms of our preliminary heats. We've had some exhibitors throughout the morning that have done just a tremendous job, and I think this heat's certainly one that follows a similar suit. We'll talk, kind of amongst our top 5, but some exhibitors there along the wall that just some minute changes, some small things, maybe that animal not necessarily cooperating exactly the way that he should, and again, as we kind of come out of those maybe those little hiccups and kind of just, in my opinion, it's more about kind of how you handle that adversity and kind of how you handle and your response to that more so than necessarily that sheep and him maybe kind of acting like a little bit of a knucklehead. But we got a young man, I think, up front that, in my opinion, from the initial jump, whenever he hits the ring, I think that's one that you initially gravitate towards, his demeanor, his style, his ring presence, just how smooth he is as that sheep comes in the ring. You can obviously tell that there's been a tremendous amount of work at home. Just that one in motion and how those two are just in sync. And then as he gets around the ring, that's one that I believe he's the combination, in my opinion. He's one that does an outstanding job at getting her propped up. He does a really good job at getting that ewe lamb and kind of highlighting her profile view. And then whenever you put your hands on her, you can tell that she's locked in, she's driving. She's got some touch and tone there that you can tell that those two are just kind of in sync and kind of in harmony. I think a really outstanding job that he does there up front. Young lady that comes in second, I'll be honest, that sheep's probably, my guess is he probably doesn't act like that at home. He's certainly one that's not necessarily cooperating, one that maybe he's wanting to fight her, more so than I'm sure that she would prefer. But again, kind of going back to my initial statement, I'm more interested in kind of how she comes out of that. I'm more interested in how she responds to that animal, not necessarily maybe wanting to cooperate as well, and then seeing what we get after the fact. We all know that those things aren't always going to act perfect all the time. I think when she comes out of that, the moments that sheep does cooperate with her, she does an outstanding job of getting that one presented, getting him set, and getting him put in place, and does a good job from that standpoint. I really like a lot of things about the young lady that comes in third. That was a close pair. That was a challenging decision and a call that I had to make there amongst second and third. She does a good job whenever we get off of that sheep. I like the profile view. I like the presence. I like the look and the balance, kind of the smoothness she's got whenever she's got that animal propped up. Maybe not quite as good whenever we've got that sheep in motion. I'd like to see her maybe just a little more comfortable. Like to see those two just a little more comfortable together, in my opinion. But once we get that one parked and set up, I think she does a really nice job. Again, that was a tough call that I had to make there between second and third. As we get into fourth, a young lady that's got the southbound weather here. Again, one that's maybe not quite as good when in motion. I'd like to see her and that sheep just a little more in sync. I'd like to see them just kind of move about the ring just a little more comfortable and a little more fluid. But as we get that one parked and we get him put in place, she does a good job of getting a lot of drive and a lot of push. That sheep handles well. He gets his feet set well. Just like to see some things that we'd like to change there, in my opinion. Young man does a really solid job here that comes in fifth place. One that I think does a really nice job in a lot of different areas. It kind of comes down to some tough calls to make. I'd like to see maybe you just get a little more drive out of that sheep up front. I'd like to see maybe just some hand placement modifications. I'd like to see that sheep kind of stand up and show off up through his front end just a little bit better. But compliment you for always having that sheep set square, always good in place, one that moves about the ring good. Just like to kind of see a little more up front and just kind of see that sheep just kind of respond ever so slightly. Again, a challenging top 5. We had a real good winner up top. Once again, please join me and let's compliment these exhibitors in the ring.
So,
All right, just a note, we're going to take a quick pause. I'll read you the results of Class 6, and then we are going to welcome the governor to the stage for opening ceremonies. Here's the results of Class 6, your red ribbon winners. Leighton Dolan from Merritt County, McKenna Lucci from Colfax County, Evan Rizika from Knox County, Kate Ward from Douglas Sarpy County, J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County, Burke Settles from Saunders County. Blue ribbon winners, Nate Walker from Washington County, Mallory Tuma from Howard County, Kinley Uckoff from Hamilton County. Your second purple, Taya Hamilton from Madison County, and your first purple is Blake Bruns from Lincoln County. That is your results of Class 6. As soon as the governor is done, we'll be bringing in our selection of our grand champion and reserve champion senior showman for the Nebraska State Fair. Hang tight. We'll be back in the show ring shortly. Okay, but I'm going to shut this one off. Thank you guys for being here.
thank you, board members, for being here. Appreciate you. Good morning. How are you? Welcome. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Have a great day. That's great. Welcome. Good morning. How are you, boys? Hi, Ryan. How are you? Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Thank you for being here today.
Well, good morning and welcome to the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. There's nothing more Nebraska. Let's start out the morning with a big round of applause for all these folks out here bringing us the Nebraska State Fair. Our State Fair board members and special dignitaries joining us down front here. To those in the rear, we're going to get a program going. You're welcome to stay seated where you are or join us over here. Most of the activities will be directed this direction. We won't forget about you over there as well. I'm Steve White from NTV News, proud to be joining you again here at the Nebraska State Fair as we kick off another excellent year. We would ask you at this time to please rise for the presentation of colors from Nebraska 4-H members. And now we will turn the microphone over to Grand Island native Hannah Benson, vocal instructor at Hastings College.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you so much, Hannah. We would ask you to stay standing at this time because we're going to introduce Bill Ogg, our Executive Director of the Nebraska State Fair, and he's got a special guest who will be leading the invocation.
Ladies and gentlemen, as great as the state of Nebraska is, and as great and wonderful as the Nebraska State Fair is, I'd like to take a couple of moments and pause, and let's recognize something that's even greater to all of us. There are many wonderful ministers and priests in the central Nebraska and entire Nebraska area, but for today's invocation, I've imported a special, I think, minister, my brother, Father Tom Ogg from Wyoming, for the invocation.
Creator God, we pause in gratitude for this wonderful day. Simply, we ask you to bless us, our families, our friends, our friendship, our nation, and bless the Nebraska State Fair. Bless it with freedom from the COVID virus. Bless it with good weather. Bless us with joy in our hearts as we continue to celebrate this wonderful life you've given us under the big, beautiful sky and freedom to celebrate and to share, to rejoice, and to praise you. And help us to remember that it's now and always that you are with us. You bless us with your Holy Spirit and guide us in every which way into goodness and in happiness and peace. We pray with grateful hearts and in Jesus' holy name. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you. There's so many very special people joining us this morning. So in the intent of time, but with all due respect, there are some that I really need to point out. And as you're recognized, please step forward and let our audience greet you. We've got several Nebraska state senators and representatives with us this morning. Would you please step forward? Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate all of your support and help. Very special guest, Mayor of Grand Island, Roger Steele. Roger, we'll recognize you. Chairman of the 1868 Foundation, Terry Galloway. Very capable Deputy Director of the State Fair, Jamie Parr. Now the folks who carry the heavy lifting and deserve all of the credit for any of the successes that we have during this event, the Nebraska State Fair Board. Please step forward. If you get a chance, thank these folks and offer your constructive guidance and criticism. I will point out Chairman Beth Smith, under the leadership of Beth the last couple of years, I think the State Fair has grown and prospered and is in a much better place. Thank you all for being here as parents and exhibitors and participants in this great event. Now, I'm about worn him out, so now, with no further ado, I've had the opportunity to work at several state fairs. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you what a privilege it is when you have the support, both personally and professionally, from the governor's office of the state for that event. Yes. Yes, indeed. And folks, you've got a very fine supporter of the Nebraska State Fair. So with all due respect, please give a great welcome to the great governor of the state of Nebraska, Pete Ricketts.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. It is a time to celebrate, and we have much to be grateful and celebrate here in Nebraska. First of all, we are standing in the 5 Point Bank Arena, and it is their 50th anniversary, and I believe we have a number of folks from 5 Points Bank here. Please stand up and let's give them a round of applause. And we can celebrate the great legacy of our state fair. You know, the state fair actually predates the statehood of Nebraska. Our first state fair was in 1859 in the town I was born in, Nebraska City. And then it rotated between Lincoln and Omaha between the 1870s and 1901. In fact, for those of you who may recall The Wizard of Oz, when Oz got on his hot air balloon to leave the Emerald City, it said State Fair Omaha on that. That's because the State Fair had been in Omaha. And then, of course, it moved to the Lancaster County Fairgrounds in 1901 and was there until 2009. And then the State Fair moved here to Grand Island in these beautiful facilities in 2010. And it's always been a great opportunity for us to celebrate our agricultural heritage here in Nebraska. Agriculture is the heart and soul of what we do. It's 20% of our economy. 1 in 4 jobs are tied to agriculture here in the state of Nebraska. And it forms our character of the state. It guides us into the future. Nebraska is the #1 state for cash ag receipts per capita. Also #1 for popcorn and commercial cattle slaughter. We're #2 for ethanol, cattle on feed, and beef exports. We're #3 for corn production and corn exports. #4 for all ag receipts. #5 for soybeans and soybean exports. #6 for all ag exports of all the states. And #7 for hogs and pigs. And in fact, we have seen a tremendous year this year. Nationally, corn exports are blowing the doors off of all the records. In fact, we have exported more corn in 2021 so far than all of last year, and have beat so far 8 out of the last 10 years. Our beef exports from the state of Nebraska had a record month in May with over $150 million in exports. And again, through the first 6 months of this year, we are setting records for beef exports. Soybean exports are up 62%. So we're seeing Nebraska agriculture coming back strong out of this pandemic. And it reminds us of the grit and resilience of our people, again, formed by that character of agriculture, that determination to overcome challenges. And we all know over the last couple of years, we've had some challenges. From the flooding in 2019 to the pandemic that we're dealing with, Nebraskans have demonstrated their ability to pull together, to take care of their neighbors and overcome challenges. Our farmers, ranchers, feeders, and processors all worked over the last year and a half to continue to put food on the table. Our dairies provided milk to grocery stores and food pantries to make sure that Americans in this country would never have to worry about where their next meal was coming from. That just demonstrates how much we do here in Nebraska. And here at the State Fair, we get to celebrate that agricultural heritage. We'll have the 4-H kids and the FFA kids showing their animals, their produce, showing off that next generation that is going to take over this great legacy. We will be able to celebrate all those people who have worked to be able to keep the food on the table. Not only that, we'll see all sorts of families that will come in to learn about our great heritage of agriculture, to go to the Raising Nebraska exhibit and see how agriculture works. We'll be able to see all the craftsmen, the woodworkers, the quilters, who will come and compete for those blue ribbons. Our bakers and our cooks making pies or meatballs to be able to show off what they can do. Again, we'll have businesses and families come together to decorate floats for the parades. And of course, we'll celebrate our veterans here at the Nebraska State Fair. Those who throughout the generations have sacrificed to give us this great nation. And this year will be a poignant year because we've lost one of our own. Dagan Page was killed in Afghanistan this week. And so I'd ask you all to keep his family in your prayers. He was a 23-year-old Marine from Plattsmouth. And it reminds us of the sacrifices that the men and women who serve in our military make to keep us free. He died defending that freedom and to rescue Americans and our allies from Afghanistan from those terrorists. And so this year we need to be particularly mindful of our men and women in the military and to say thank you to them for their sacrifices. And of course, as our families gather here to be able to celebrate the end of the summer and to learn about the great heritage of agriculture, we will have all sorts of fun. We'll have the great entertainment events that we have, from BMX to bullfighting. Great entertainers like actor turned singer Kevin Costner with his band is going to be here. We're going to have the Banda Los Sebastianes here. So we're going to have great events to be able to see that way. We'll also have all the great food that you're used to at the Nebraska State Fair, whether it's the Nebraska Beef Pit or going to your favorite place to get that double bacon wrapped corn dog with maple syrup, or maybe stopping by the UNO dairy exhibit to get some ice cream, or enjoying all the other traditionals, the funnel cakes, anything that you want on a stick. The fried cookie dough, all of that will be here to enjoy. And of course, as I mentioned, all the great culture, all the great rides, all the great camaraderie, all the things that we celebrate here in our state that make the memories of why we have the best place in the world. And folks, again, as we reflect upon these past couple years, we can be very proud of who we are here in Nebraska. I'm so proud of how Nebraskans have handled these challenges, have stepped up to meet them, and overcome them. And we can celebrate that here at the Nebraska State Fair as well. So thank you all very much for being here today. Celebrate our great history and legacy of agriculture. Celebrate this opportunity to be together and to see that history and legacy in action, what it means for our country. And celebrate that we have the best place in the world to live, work, and raise a family. God bless you all, and God bless the great state of Nebraska.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. Thank you. I would like to close with a highlight, if you don't mind. A very special lady who I overlooked, and I sincerely apologize. Today we're blessed with the presence of the First Lady of the great state of Nebraska, Mrs. Pete Ricketts. Did she sneak away on us? All right. She had a priority to go visit the 4-H exhibits, and so she's probably heard this gentleman before, so she thought she would change. One other person that I need to recognize, and that's my lovely wife, Patty. Love you, hon. Thank you. Back to you. Folks, personally and professionally, I think showmanship is every bit as important as our grand champion market animal or our grand champion breeding animal. And with that in mind, Steve, get us back to this grand drive of our 2 senior showmanship championships coming up.
I was just going to remind you folks, you better be here tomorrow night because you may not realize this, but you are sitting in championship seats here. You can see a championship, a state champion will be crowned tomorrow here at the Nebraska State Fair as we see what's the best of the best beef cattle in all of the beef state. If you don't think that's a big deal, well, you haven't been here to see that then. You better be here because that is every bit as impressive, I think, as winning a state wrestling championship or any kind of individual honor you can get. These kids have worked for months and years for a moment like that. So that's what it's all about. And I speak to you also tonight or this morning as a 4-H dad. I have 3 young people who, they're still Clover kids. They're not State Fair eligible just yet. But this year, everyone in my family got a ribbon at the county fair. So how about that? And you'll never believe who is the champion baker at the Hall County Fair. You're yours truly. Yeah, I know. I got to brag a little bit. I got a purple ribbon for my chocolate chip muffins. If you want the recipe, I'll give that to you later. So, enough about me. As Bill said, we've got these young people here, and if you've never been to the final drive at the Nebraska State Fair, 4-H is this weekend, FFA next weekend, you really owe it to yourself to come on out here and see as we pick that champion market animal. Well, with that, we're going to turn it loose to all these 4-H people so they can have their chance to shine. So once again, we bid you all welcome to the 2021 Nebraska State Fair. Thanks so much.
You want that thing?
No, I think that's theirs. This is
A. This one says A.
And we are getting ready to bring back the selection of our champion, senior showman and reserve champion. Here are your representatives from each of the classes. Coming in, senior class number 1. Now, these aren't in any particular order because we don't know how they're lined up over there. But representing class 1, will be Leah Spencer from Red Willow County and Owen Van Kirk from Thurston County. In Class 2, Taylor Lautenschlager from Hall County and Kaylee Davis from Grant County. Class 3, Whitney Pollock from York County and Kaylee Collins from Hall County. Class 4, Brock Markson from Colfax County and Elena Fangmeyer from Thayer County. In Class 5, Michael Bonesteel from Hall County and Trevor Kirchhoff from Buffalo County. And in your 6th class of senior showmen, Blake Bruns from Lincoln County and Taya Hamilton from Madison County. Let's give these youth a round of applause. They're in for the champion drive of the Grand Champion Showman of the Nebraska State Fair. Of course, we'd like to give a big shout out and a huge thank you to Mr. Don Peterson. Don has continued to be such an amazing sponsor of our 4-H program. He is sponsoring both the Grand and the Reserve Senior Showman. So thank you, Mr. Peterson, for your continued support of the 4-H program.
Showmanship Class 2 semifinals. Second call, semifinals Class 2. Make your way to the holding area, please.
For our guests that have just come into the barn and you are watching the sheep showmanship, this is a selection of your grand champion senior showman. Again, we'd like to thank Mr. Don Peterson for his continued sponsorship of our program. He'll be presenting both the grand and the reserve. Thank you, Don. We much appreciate your continued support of the Nebraska 4-H. On. I'm too short.
Give all of these young people in this first semifinal a big round of applause if you would. They've earned their opportunity to be back out here. Now, ultimately, we're going to pick a top three, I guess, out of your intermediate division, and this forces the judgment so many tough, and really interesting calls. But I think the big picture probably is summed up in just a few words. My son's out here with me, and he just finished his first year of showing this summer, and these young people are in the ring, and for no more than about 5 minutes, and he came up to me and said, "Dad, this is the tough semifinal." And Mason is right. It is a tough semifinal. These young people have just done an amazing job. We don't boil it down to 5 in particular, and then came down to 3. These 3 young people that are here on the profile, again, not placed in any particular order. They're going to make it through semifinal number 1 to come back to our championship. Give those 3 a nice round of applause if you would on an awesome job. You guys can go ahead and head on out. It didn't come easy though, because these next 3 or 4 in particular were right on their heels. And the 2 young ladies that we made as part of that last lap, and one of those times where unfortunately those 3 cattle were probably locked in, a little more than these 2 members that these 2 young ladies have, and it was much less about what the young people were doing, and more about that partner. Sometimes that's how you control those 2 young ladies that have that, and I'm sure will continue to win more than their championship contest. They do an amazing job. For the rest of the group that's out here, what an amazing set of young people. They work really, really hard. Give them one more big round of applause. What an awesome set of intermediates here.
Awesome. All right. I think an outstanding set that we've got here as we brought back our seniors from each one of those particular heats. And I certainly compliment you, I know it can be frustrating at times, obviously maybe not making it towards that top 5 or necessarily getting out here to maybe get critiqued amongst the top end, but I congratulate the exhibitors on the ring, their ring side. If you got to this point, we kind of talked about it within each one of those heats. They were tremendously deep. There was a lot of senior kids that had a very good understanding of where they're at, what they're doing, kind of what the goal is out here, especially amongst showmanship and kind of finding that those extra things and those extra pieces to kind of separate them. And I think that's what we've got out here amongst the 14 or 15 or however many we kept. So before we kind of talk about this top 5, 6, I congratulate all the exhibitors that had a chance to come back and compete here for our final drive, because I certainly, if you made it to this point, I think you do a dang fine job of getting one stuck. As we talk about these, we'll kind of talk about these top 6, because I felt like there was maybe just a small difference amongst those individuals and just kind of how they separated themselves. And again, I've talked about it numerous times, and I'm sure we'll continue to, and not to necessarily sound like a broken record, but it's personal preference. At this point, it's 100% personal preference. You could have the next guy come in and he could shuffle this thing around. He may have somebody that didn't get a chance. It was maybe sitting there third, and he may have them come up and they may be right here amongst this top 5 on the front line. So this is 100% just my opinion. You can kind of take it for what it's worth, but that's just kind of where I see it and kind of where I stand on the exhibitors and kind of how they did. There's not any of them out here that I wouldn't be dang happy to have representing some of ours back home or representing our operation. So I think they do an outstanding job. With that being said, in my opinion, I think there's 2 exhibitors that maybe separated themselves from the time that they came in the ring. Both of those exhibitors were 2 that won in their heat. And from the time they hit the ring, in my opinion, they just had that extra wow factor. Whether it was those sheep in motion, whether it was those sheep whenever they've got them parked and placed, both of these young men, I felt like, did an outstanding job of highlighting the attributes of each one of those individuals that they're driving. They did an outstanding job in motion. 2 individuals I felt like maybe just separated themselves, and I think it's extremely challenging. I think 2 that probably just differ ever so slightly in maybe their styles and how they go about the ring. I elected to go with the young man that I feel like is just absolutely so smooth, so elegant just in how he gets about the ring, in his transitions from moving about from when that animal's in motion to how we've got him set up. And I think that we talked about it there in that heat and within that particular drive. He's just the combination showman, in my opinion. He's one that does an outstanding job of highlighting those animals, getting off of them, showing off their front end, showing off that unique side view profile look that ewe lamb gives us. And at the same time, you can just feel the extra touch and tone and pop whenever you put your hands on that animal. He's one that just gets a little extra gear. And so I feel like he's the combination showman, in my opinion, one that just does an outstanding job. And in that manner and that mannerism, as he goes about the ring, he's so smooth. I think just a really, really good individual there up top. Young man that comes in seconds, probably a style and one that maybe I gravitate towards a little more. Every time you put your hands on that sheep, he's got him planted. He's got him stuck in the dirt. That sheep's back shape's ripped up. He's pushing. He's driving. I like it. I'm from Texas. Man, those things got to drive. They got to stand up. They got to show. They got to push. I like everything about how you get that thing propped up, especially whenever we move in for the handle. In my opinion, what separates first and seconds, maybe just some small details as we get that sheep coming out of motion and as we get that sheep put into place and kind of getting to that point. Felt like maybe the young man that wins is just ever so slightly just a notch smoother, just in how he transitions. He probably gets there and maybe leaves that weather alone, or leaves his ewe lamb alone. Maybe we get to fidgeting just a touch on that weather. But the aggression, the drive, the competitive nature, just as he hits the ring, you can tell just a kid that wants to win. Really, really like a lot of things about it. Again, congratulations to those 2. I think two outstanding exhibitors in first and second. Not to take anything away from the young lady that comes in third. You want to sit there and talk about one that gets that sheep propped up and does not mess with him. Really does an outstanding job of getting that sheep set square, getting him planted, getting him parked. Really, really good in motion as we get about the ring. I think we said it maybe in her particular heat. Just super, super fault-free. As we get into this top 3, in my opinion, the thing that separates her from the two boys that win, I feel like we're getting to pull in just a little bit on that sheep's head. I think we get to pull in just a little bit on his head and neck, and naturally that sheep, in my opinion, is maybe one to kind of go in reverse just a little bit. And we can see as we kind of get this view right here, maybe just a little more pulling, and I'd like to see that sheep maybe in a little more natural, relaxed state with a little more push. Love how you get that one presented just in terms of feet and leg placement. Love how you move about the ring. Love the transition, the smoothness. Does a really, really, really good job. Certainly a top three that I think do an outstanding job. It doesn't matter where you're at. Congratulations to those three exhibitors. Again, young man that comes in fourth, I think follows a similar pattern to probably the boy that we had that comes in second. Extra drive, extra aggression, competitive nature. I dig it. All of those things. I mean, getting down, dropping down, making that thing drive. We talked about him in the heat. Maybe that sheep wanted to kind of naturally be just a little lower fronted and maybe not being able to get that one to kind of stand up and show off from the side view. Hey, he comes back, he changes it up. I think he did an outstanding job here in this final deal. As we worked into that top three, top four, top five, like to see him just a little smoother in his transitions. Like to see him and that sheep maybe just a little more in sync when we're in motion. That weather's wanting to kind of maybe pull away, and we got a little bit of an unorthodox kind of look there whenever we've got him in motion. But an extra shot of aggression and drive and competitive nature. Again, I like a lot of things about that young man. Congratulations to him. Young man showing the Dorset that comes in here in fifth, I think follows a similar pattern. One that just does a good job once we get that sheep parked. He does a good job with that sheep's head, neck, and shoulder, getting him propped up, and then getting that extra pop and that extra drive out of him. He's one that, as this drive wore on, a sheep that maybe wasn't quite cooperating as much. We kind of got a view of it there. One that kind of continually wanted to step out. And again, you kind of got to draw a line in the sand and make some really tough calls. A young man that does a nice job. Talk about the young man in six. I thought that top six was really, really competitive. One that does a good job of once he gets that sheep parked and put him in place, like him in motion, like him getting about the ring, we got to get there just a touch faster. Okay, as we start to compare these top five, again, there's some tough calls that got to be made. Maybe some extra time that was spent there to actually kind of get that ewe-lamb how we wanted her. Just some tough decisions that I had to make on my end. But congratulations again to the exhibitors. Senior Showmanship was certainly everything that I expected it to be. Please join me in congratulating them. Good job. Thank you, guys. Good job. Good job. Good job.
Congratulations, your champion senior showman of the Nebraska State Fair goes to Blake Bruns of Lincoln County. Your reserve is to Taylor Lautenschlager from Hall County, and your third senior showman is Callie Collins from Hall County. Again, congratulations to all our senior showmen. Let's move on to the next group. This is going to be Class 7 of your intermediate showmen. Class 7.
Congratulations to all of them. Give that group one more big round of applause. They didn't accidentally make the semifinal. They're all extraordinarily good at this. Congratulations again. This is going to be a great set of young people in this sort. I think as we get started with our intermediate division, I think certainly this class is any indication of what we got to work through. I think it's going to be extremely fun. I think they said that we've got maybe an extra class or two that we had over our seniors. So that's exciting. That's exciting from the standpoint of having the opportunity to evaluate the youth. But that's exciting that your numbers of this age are high and kids have interest and a willingness to come out and do the extra effort and come out here and participate and compete in showmanship. We're going to do 3 purples within this particular class. We're going to invite all of these back as we work through our finals. I felt like it got close amongst maybe some challenging decisions there amongst our top 3, particular as we talk about those 2 in second and third. As we talk about the young man up front, I mean, we talked about as we come out of this senior division and as we kind of talked about some of those kids that maybe came to the front and separated themselves, I think this young man does an outstanding job with a lot of those mannerisms and attributes that we had amongst some senior kids. He does an outstanding job when that sheep comes in the ring. You can tell there's been a tremendous amount of work and effort and time put in at home. That animal responds to the commands that he's asking him to do. And then as we get him about the ring, he's fluid, he's comfortable, he's smooth. He gets that one pulled into place, propped up, shows him off, sits there, and doesn't mess with him. If something happens, we change it, we fix it, and then he goes back to showing him off. And I think as we talk about kind of that combination of being able to show those things off, prop them up, get them to stand up and extend and look the part from the side view profile. And then at the same time, we come in, we handle. That one's crisp and fresh. He's got him locked in. I think a real good job of that young man that leads off our first heat here. As we talk about second and third, I think it becomes challenging. Initially, a young man that came in that I really like this one whenever he's in motion. You can tell that sheep follows the commands and what he's after. He gets about the ring. He's smooth. He's fluid. As we got that sheep parked in place. Maybe not quite the extra punch and drive that we had in the young man that wins. A ewe-lamb that maybe wants to kind of step out of place and be a little more fidgety, maybe than we prefer. But I think a young man that does a really good job. He continued to battle and fight and kind of keep after that one. Originally wasn't one that we pushed forward. He worked his way into that top 3 and certainly I think deserves a chance to come back here in this final heat. Young lady that comes in third. She does an outstanding job once we get to the point. Maybe takes just a little bit longer. In my opinion, just looking at the ewe-lamb, maybe one that's not as easy to show and get to really stand up and show off as maybe some of the other ones. A ewe-lamb that maybe just naturally wants to be a little lower fronted and just kind of wants to naturally close off and kind of keep her feet underneath her. And so gets a little challenging kind of to get that ewe-lamb to maybe stand up and show off, and it takes a little longer. Again, that's a tough call that I have to make. Felt like she does a good enough job. I'd like to see her back in that final heat, but like to see her maybe just a little quicker. Like to get that one to kind of prop up, stand up, and drive, and get to the point that we've got her at right now. She does a really nice job. Just some minute details that we'd like to change. We've got a young lady that comes in here in fourth, does a good job when we get that one propped up, does a good job from that side view profile. That one we'd like to change just some small things in terms of feet and leg placement. There's some times that we want to come around behind him. That weather's kind of giving us that look right now. Wants to just naturally kind of close off, stand his feet kind of in his, maybe a little closer than we'd prefer. Just some small things that you'd like to see. Let's make sure we get those things set in place, and then let's show them off. And I think there's some things that maybe we could have changed there. But certainly if you got into this top 5, young lady does a really nice job. Again, a similar story that we've got here in fifth. A young man that does a good job showing this one off. One that does a good job as we get kind of that side view look. He's got his feet and legs set, or her feet and legs set. We've got her head and neck extended. Like to get a little more touch and drive and push as we kind of compare him to a few of the other exhibitors here amongst our top 5. But as far as just understanding the basics, understanding how that sheep needs to be presented, especially from a side view look, I think the young man does a really nice job. Again, let's congratulate these exhibitors. Look forward to working through the intermediate youth here.
Thank you.
Ready to enter the ring now will be Class 8 of Intermediate Showman, Class 8. Here's your results of Class 7. Red ribbon winners include Bella Lewison from Cumming County, Kelton Kirkall from Saline County, Ebony Tribe from Clay County, Trevor Wilcox from Antelope County, Wyatt Enbelson from Hall County, Chloe Hanslick from Knox County. Blue ribbon winners will be Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County, Kate Piper from Scotts Bluff County. Third purple is Landry Sutton from Douglas Sarpy County. Second purple, Orrin Berkey from Lancaster County. And your first purple is Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County. Again, in the ring now is Class 8 of Intermediate Showman. And as always, we would like to give a big shout out and thank you to the following sponsors who helped to support the 4-H accomplishments and programs here at the Nebraska State Fair. Our Golden Clovers is Pinnacle Bank, Nebraska Pork, UBT, which is Union Bank and Trust, Nebraska Elite Beef, and Farm Credit Services of America.
I think more of a challenging class that we've got to work in our second heat. I think it gets challenging, especially among the top 4 or 5. Just some small things that maybe I'd like to see just ever so slightly different amongst each one of our youth and our showmen out here. Maybe some differences as far as style and type and kind and kind of what they're doing as far as to get kind of from that A to B point. But I think all exhibitors that do a good job, just some personal preferences that maybe I'd like to see a little different. I think with that being said, we've got a young lady that comes up top that I think does a lot of things to a very, very high degree as far as just getting that one set, as far as how she looks in motion, how she moves about the ring with that animal, getting that one set, propping him up, showing him off, and then one that as you move in for the handle, that one's locked into place. He braces extremely well. I think a real logical place in my mind to start with. We've got a young lady that's showing this kind of the stroppy colored speckle face deal here in second, and probably a sheep that just naturally maybe is a little harder to show. One that maybe just wants to get a little more up and maybe just wound a little tighter. So I kind of read through some things as far as just that one and how he props up. But once we get to that point, and we kind of get that one shown off, I think she does a really lot of really good things. I like her head and neck placement. I like her hand placement. I like that extra drive that she's got. I felt like she followed suit with the young lady that wins into that second spot real logically in my mind. Young man that comes in third, one that was there at the front. You like that one as he gets about the ring. You like how fluid and in sync the sheep and that exhibitor are. I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that one just in terms of just how he's set, in terms of some of those basic things, maybe do a couple of things a little bit different. That one naturally maybe wants to kind of pull down in his shoulder. I'd like to see that sheep just kind of pulled up. I'd like to see him just kind of highlighted. We do a great job once we get him parked, once we get him stuck. In terms of his handle quality, that's a sheep that you can tell is braced well. Just like to change some things just as far as that one's skeletal makeup and kind of how we can kind of show off some things in terms of that exhibitor and that sheep. But a really good job, young man that comes there in that third spot. Young lady that comes in fourth does a good job as far as getting that one up, kind of getting his neck extended. I'd like to get a little more push and punch out of that one. We do a good job with his front end. I'd like to see that sheep just kind of lock in place more often, just get a little more drive out of him. Young lady kind of contradicts the one in fourth that comes in fifth. That one's got a lot of drive and a lot of push. We'd like to change some things about that one's front end. Like to see that sheep naturally just stand up a little more. I think we could do some things with our head, with that one's head and neck placement and our hand placement just to get him to kind of pull up and stand up. But again, a really good set of intermediate in this heat. Let's congratulate those exhibitors that are still in the ring.
Here's your results coming out of Class 8. Red ribbon winners: Emily Lulucci from Colfax County, Kyson Kirkhoff from Saline County, Trevin Rendell from Hitchcock County, Luke Hunziger from Pawnee County, Taylor Becker from Furnace County, Julie Vargas from Burt County, Jolie Clement from Saunders County, Drew Saney from Platte County. Blue ribbon winners are Emily Olson from Pierce County, Claire Ram from Holt County, Hayden Shem from Scotts Bluff County. Second purple, Cassina Crow from Seward County. And your first purple is Natalie Wagner from Dodge County. In the ring now is Class 9. Class 9 of your intermediate showman.
I think another good class here as we work through our intermediate division, and I think some challenging decisions that we had to kind of make there, and kind of understanding the age bracket that we're in here. You hope that some of these kids have got the basics down, and in terms of feet and leg placement, in terms of head and neck, and kind of their hand placement, and kind of all the things, and then you kind of try to see what kid can separate it. And maybe do some of those extra things and kind of highlight their animal or be a little more comfortable, be a little smoother, kind of all of those things. And for me, that's kind of what sorts it. And I'll be honest, from the time that the young lady walked in the ring with that blue weather, there was never a question in my mind that she was going to win. She was very good just in her demeanor. She was very good in her mannerism about the ring. She was so smooth, so elegant, so comfortable with her and that sheep and how they moved about the ring. We get that one parked in place. She props him up. She highlights him. That sheep is one that just naturally wants to sit there and show off. I think she just did a really, really outstanding job here within this heat. I congratulate her. It's real close for me in second and third. And we kind of sat there, right there towards the end. And I'll be honest, it was kind of who was going to kind of jump in there and grab that second spot. And I know that there's some things with maybe those two sheep just as they act and kind of as we work about it. And they've been out here for a little while. And it was tough. It was a tough call to make. I think two kids that do a very nice job. Once we get to that point, once we get them set up, once we get these views right here, the problem is how we're getting there and the time and the length that it takes and maybe some extra things that we're trying to do in order to get to that point. I felt like when it came down to it, once the young man that goes in second gets everything put together, felt like he did just a little better job of getting that one's neck up, getting that sheep just to kind of drive into him and kind of showing him off. It was a very close decision. Two individuals you'd like to maybe change just a few things about. Young man that comes in third. Get that one parked, you get him planted, you get him driving, he looks good. You do a good job of getting to that point. Once we kind of get that thing set, for whatever reason, he maybe wants to kind of shuffle his feet around, maybe a little more fidgety, and then we kind of have to almost hit restart. And so there was a couple of times there as we kind of worked into that top five that I felt like if we could just get there a little quicker and maybe kind of get that thing planted and parked, that maybe we could have talked about moving him up a little higher. But two individuals there in second, third, it was a close decision. Two kids that do a really nice job. Love just the upfronted and elegance and just kind of showing off ability a young lady has that comes in fourth. She does a good job of getting off of that weather, showing off his front end. That's one that's naturally a little taller fronted. He's a little more extended in his kind, and she does a good job showing off that one. Once we get this one turned sideways, I felt like there was just some basic things that we'd like to change. Getting that one's feet and legs planted and set square and wide is kind of one of the things that as we worked into that top 4 or 5, that maybe we'd want to change some things about. That sheep naturally maybe wanted to sit a little narrower. He wanted to kind of shuffle his feet. I'd like to just see that one set a little more square, a little more genuine, prop him up, show him off. She does a really good job with that one, especially up front. Young lady comes in fifth, does a good job of getting that one pushing, does a good job on the brace. I'd like to see you move around that one a little more, maybe get a little more in front of that sheep and just kind of have that natural look and that natural ability to get that one to kind of plant and run uphill and show off. But again, 5 individuals that did good. Once again, I ask that you please join me in congratulating these exhibitors in this intermediate division.
Here's your results of Class 9 of the Intermediate Showman. Your red ribbon winners will include Katrina Miracle from Boone County, Jada Wood from Hitchcock County, Elizabeth Jin from Shickley, Ava Kerwood from Fillmore County, Braden Stodmeyer from Box Butte County, Paige Walhowski from Dawson County. Blue ribbon winners, Brindley McNeil from Webster County, McKenna Ratchie from Adams County, Cade Ram from Holt County. Second purple, Eli Lanik from Saunders County. And your first purple is Colburn Carlson from Furnace County. Entering the ring now is Class 10. This is Class 10 of your Intermediate Showman.
Second call, Senior Beef Showmanship Class 2. Second call, Class 2.
I would say 3 and 4. 3 and 4. Yeah. Thank you. Again, a really nice set, a nice class that we've got to work with. I think we've got some exhibitors here, maybe amongst these top 3, that just separated themselves, in my opinion, just in terms of their ring presence, in terms of maybe having that extra ability just to get a little more out of those sheep, and at the same time just being extremely comfortable and extremely fluid, and kind of having a real good just mannerism as they get about the ring. I like the young lady that goes ahead and starts. I think whenever she initially comes in, that's one that's very fluid in her motion. She's good whenever that sheep's moving about the ring. we get that sheep coming around and then we get him parked and we get him set up. I think she does a good job of just getting some extra drive out of that one. We get him running uphill. Our hand placement's right. I think she just does a good job of showing that sheep. And I think that comes into play as we start to sort maybe amongst first and second. I love the extra unique look about the young lady in second. She does a great job of getting that one's front end up. She does a great job just in terms of head and neck placement. You like her hand placement. You like that one whenever you get off of him. We get up on that sheep. A couple times we want to handle him. He doesn't maybe touch quite as good. He's not maybe locked into place quite as well. And I think we started to kind of see exactly what we did. The sheep's maybe wanting to get just a little fidgety, maybe not keeping his legs just kind of parked in those spots that we originally put them into. And so I'd like to see just a little extra push. I'd like to see just a nickel extra drive because I love the unique look that she can give off of that weather up through the front third of his body. I think two real nice ones that come in there in the top two. We've got a young man that does a good job here with this ewe lamb in third. One that's maybe start to kind of giving him a little trouble, maybe being a little ornery as the drive kind of wears on. Once we get there, we've said it before, once we get there, we get her parked, we get her locked into place. Head, neck, shoulder, how he can get that one propped up. I like his hand placement, especially for maybe being a little bit of a younger exhibitor. I think he does a really nice job. Just some small details, just some small fragments there that we'd like to see as we compared him to the two young ladies in front. A really good top trio. We kind of sorted on those a little longer. Young lady that comes in fourth, got that one's head and neck up, got his front feet right, showing him off. Like to see that ewe lamb with a little more push. Every now and then we'd get around behind her back legs. Maybe we want to shuffle those things around. Just like to see those sheep just in a little more of a square, balanced look and stance. Just some of those minor details, some of those basic parts and principles that we'd like to see as we work through this intermediate division. But she does a good job getting that one propped up and shown off. Young lady does a good job of getting a little extra push out of this blue weather. One that maybe naturally doesn't necessarily drive as hard as some of the other ones. I like her how she gets that one up. She wants to pull on that one's head and neck. Like to see her just a little more fluid as we move about the ring. I like to see that sheep just get parked, get him in his motion, or get him in his stance, get him in his placement, and then just kind of back off of him and show him off. But again, a really good top five. Let's congratulate the exhibitors that are still in the ring. Good job.
We're getting ready to bring in class number 11 of our intermediate showman. And in the meantime, here's the results of class 10. Red ribbon winners, Daphne Jadlitka of Colfax County, Samuel Sechin of Lincoln County, Chloe Morrill of Scottsbluff County, Tucker Barta of Saunders County, Sydney Harris of Phelps County, Cooper Locker of Thayer County, Ella Crumblis of Clay County. Your blue ribbon winners out of class 10, Kenley Fedig from Lincoln County, Keegan Krishner from Lincoln County. Second purple is Ashley Robertson from Perkins County. And your first purple is Sawyer Phipps of Chase County. Again, in the ring right now is class 11 of 13 classes. This is class 11.
I think another real high quality class as we work through our intermediate division. I think we've got a set of them up top here that I think all do a really nice job. Probably initially maybe a kind of a top trio of kids that do a little better job in my opinion. Just kind of those extra parts and pieces and kind of having maybe a better understanding of kind of the things that they want to do and the things they want to achieve while they're out there. I think we've got a young lady that wins though that just we kind of talk about that combination showman, the one that can get around the ring, really fluid, really smooth, gets out of that weather or that ULAM, whatever the case may be. Whenever they're asked them to, whether it's in motion or kind of getting them parked, I think she does a really good job of propping that thing up, highlighting him, getting him put in place. She looks good when she's in motion. I think that's just a real logical place in my mind to start with. It gets a little bit close, in my opinion, as we work through second and third. I like the just hand placement and just the natural ability and kind of up-fronted look that the young lady in second gives me. One that just really wants to show off, and especially like a ULAM that within this particular case, one that's tall-fronted, one that's good built, one that really kind of gives us a unique look up front. She does an outstanding job of highlighting that, and I think that's important. I think she's a little more comfortable up front. I like how she gets that one presented just ever so slightly a little bit better. As we talk about the young lady that comes in third, she does get a little extra push. I like whenever I put my hands on that sheep. He's fresh, he's toned, he's got some touch to him, and that's just her natural ability to get him braced. We want to get in some positions there. It seems like maybe we could modify our hand placement, maybe just be a little more relaxed with that sheep's head, and I think that he would probably naturally just want to come into us and drive ever so slightly a little bit better. We want to start pulling on his head. That sheep wants to get a little unorthodox and just kind of how he's putting his feet down. Just some minor details and some minor things that there as we kind of sorted through second and third, we'd like to change. Nice job with that young lady, though. Young man driving the Dorset ULAM here in fourth. That's one that we didn't initially pull. He's one that we kind of went back there a time or two. When we get this one parked and we get him planted, we get him running uphill, that's a young man does a really nice job getting that ULAM presented. We're getting a little over the top, in my opinion, with her head and her neck. We're kind of wanting to roll that thing back. And naturally, I think that ULAM wants to just kind of go in reverse on us. There's some things I think we could change about that one's front end, be a little more relaxed with our hands, kind of stand up, let that ULAM show off. He does a really good job on the brace. We just kind of like to change some things there up front. We've got a young man that's real comfortable and real smooth coming in fifth. We'd like to see just a little more punch, get a little more drive out of that one. He's good as he moves about the ring. He's fluid in his motion. I like to see just a little more drive as we kind of worked into that top five. Again, some individuals that did a really nice job. Once again, join me in congratulating those exhibitors that are still in the ring.
Here's your results of your intermediate showman, class number 11. Red ribbon winner is Colton McNeil from Webster County. Colt Lanker from Thayer County. Lanny Becker from Furnace County. Mason Schemmer from Scotts Bluff County. Allison Kemp, Lincoln County. Forrest Euling from Burt County. Blue ribbon winners include Henry Thurnis from Douglas Sarpy County. Josie Johnson from Lancaster County. Your second purple is Aka Andrew from Otto County. And your first purple, Cal Desavie from Holt County. In the ring now is intermediate class number 12. This is class 12 of 13.
Second call, Senior Beef Showmanship, Class 4. Second call, Class 4. First call, Senior Beef Showmanship, Class 5. First call, Senior Beef Showmanship, Class 5.
I think without question, maybe one of the bigger classes we've had within our intermediate division. And I don't know, from my standpoint, one of the more challenging ones, we kind of typically maybe kind of get into that fall of keeping 2 individuals and then, kind of talking about the top 5 or so. But I think you can go 6, 7, 8 deep down here in this particular heat. And I think amongst that middle group that we've got, maybe from 2nd through 6th, 7th, there's some pretty tough calls to make, in my opinion. I think there were some things that maybe just kind of split hairs there. But some individuals and some exhibitors that do an outstanding job, I think, have a tremendous amount of future in front of them. In this particular heat, we're going to bring back those top 3. I thought it was challenging once we kind of sorted through them, and not that it wasn't amongst 4th and 5th. I just felt like those exhibitors maybe just did some things to a little higher degree and maybe separated themselves. Initially, the young lady that comes in, that's one that I gravitate towards. She's one that, as that sheep comes into the ring from the jump, that one's really good in motion. You can tell there's been a tremendous amount of work spent at home. That one responds to her and does the things that she wants him to do. We get that one around the ring. We get him propped. We get him set up. We get this view that we look at him from this angle right here where I'm standing. And I think she does a really good job of just showing off that sheep. Got that one plant. We've got him parked. We've got him bracing. I like how fluid she is. I like how smooth she is. I think a real nice place to start. I think a young lady does an outstanding job here that comes with this blue pelted weather that comes in 2nd. Just her demeanor and how she gets that one's head and neck, and always being so smooth and so comfortable, having that one's shoulder up, having that one's head, you can tell that sheep responds. When we initially were sorting down to maybe those top 3 or 4, probably a sheep that maybe wants to just move his feet a little bit, you could tell there's been a tremendous amount of effort and time spent at home. She'd pop that thing, give him a little nudge on the top of his hip there. That one would brace, he'd respond. I just think a young lady does an outstanding job. She doesn't make many mistakes. I'd like to see her maybe just a little more aggressive. I'd like to see her drive just a nickel more. But I think as you analyze that one, especially from that side view profile, young lady does a really good job of getting that one propped up and set up. I think a similar story that we've got with the young lady that comes in 3rd. You like just the natural up-fronted look that sheep's got, and she does an outstanding job of highlighting that. She gets that one's head and neck up. She gets his shoulder to lay into him the way that you want him to. I'd like to see just a little more drive. I'd like to see you kind of drop into that thing, maybe push, especially as maybe we come in for the handle or the brace. I think that's a sheep that you really do an outstanding job of highlighting the natural quality and look that he's got from the side. I just like to see a little more punch there as we start to work into that top 3 or 4. So again, the trio there, we're going to bring them all back once we get into that final heat. Let's congratulate those exhibitors. As we work into 4th and 5th, I think similar story that we've got amongst both of these young ladies. They do a really good job of getting them set. They do a really good job when we're in motion, we're moving around the ring. 2 sheep that maybe naturally just want to be a little more down-fronted. Like to see them be able to handle those sheep, especially through the front portion of their body, just a little bit better. Like to see them kind of stand up a little better. Like to make sure that we kind of focus on those things front feet, getting them set out wide and square, kind of maybe getting those sheep to relax and stand up. I thought it was very close amongst that pair as well. Again, a deep class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
Would you like a cookie to snack?
Okay, so isn't that interesting? We didn't get this.
Yeah.
Are you wanting
Here's your results of Class 12. Red ribbon winners include Bailey Falties of Platte County, Logana Barda of Saunders County, Gentry Frederickson of Cumming County, Cody Funk of Knuckles County, Arbella Rolfsmeyer of Buffalo County, Jezebel Olson of Webster County, Aaron Thurnes of Douglas Sarpy County. Blue ribbon winners include Spencer Snyder of Frontier County, Ian Lawrenson of Lancaster County, Jalen Wolflinger of Dawson County, and Elizabeth Skavinsky of Valley County. Your purple ribbon winners and coming back for the final drive is Addison Randall of Scotts Bluff County. Second purple, Paige Detchen of Thayer County. And first purple is Allison Vaverick of Colfax County. In the ring now is your final class of an intermediate showman. After this, we'll make the selection of your grand and reserve champion.
these are the.
I would say 10. Second call, Senior Beef Showmanship Class 6. Second call, Senior Beef Showmanship Class 6. Families in the barn. Break following the completion of the beef showmanship contest before we begin our breeding. Class 7. First call, Senior Beef Showmanship, Class 7.
Okay, it's on now.
I think a real nice way to finish off the final heat of our intermediate division. I think a challenging set of some kids that do a really nice job. Again, another one that we kind of talk about maybe in the middle of those groups, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, some things that maybe some minute details and some things that could have given the difference and maybe being sixth this time and maybe being third the next day. Some exhibitors that do a real nice job amongst that group. I think we've got a young man up front that I think comes to the front of the class in my mind fairly logically. I think as we analyze him and just his ability to get this one planted and stuck and shown off, I think he does so to the highest degree. I think that's an individual that's good whenever he comes in motion. He's good as he moves about the ring with that lamb. He's one that you can tell that animal has a tendency to respond to him and does so and asks what he wants him to do with him. And I think the unique part about the top three that we've got to sort here, and I think the part that separates him is just whenever we get this one stopped, we get him set up, we get him parked, we get him propped up. I think that's where he separates himself amongst second and third. I think a real nice individual to start there and lead off this particular heat. It's challenging and it's a tough decision in my opinion as we get into second and third. I think some individuals that do some really, really good things and some positive pieces amongst each one of them in their own right. I like the young lady just in terms of how she's able to get that one up. I like her hand placement. I like her ability just to get a little more punch and a little more drive out of that one while kind of showing him off. She's a little more just relaxed in how she holds that one. She's got a little more just push and just, I feel like her natural ability to get a response out of that lamb maybe is what separates the second and the third place there. I like the young man just as he's moving about the ring. He's super comfortable. He's smooth. Again, one that follows a similar pattern to the one that wins the class. I think if you just analyze this one in motion, you probably like the things that he does as well as anything. I'd like to see just a little more natural drive in that lamb and that exhibitor. I'd like to see them just kind of mesh together a little better. But a top three that all do a really, really nice job. I congratulate him for falling in that third spot. Young lady does a really good job with this ewe-lamb as far as getting down, getting underneath that one and getting a lot of drive and just getting that one to prop up and present herself. Felt like it took a little longer than maybe what we would like as we worked into the top 4 or 5. One that you'd like to see just maybe lead that lamb into place and get him bounced out, whatever the case may be, however your style and your preference is. Just felt like there were some things we kind of kept nitpicking and fidgeting with as we worked into that top 5. Felt like she probably fell into that 4th spot in my opinion. Young man that comes in here in 5th is one that does a good job of just on the brace. He does a good job getting that one presented, getting that one shown whenever we've got him stuck. Sheep moves. He has a tendency to get him put back in place how you would like and then kind of not mess with him, not move him about a whole lot. I'd like to see him a little more comfortable as he moves about the ring. I'd like to see him just a little more fluid in his transition as he moves from walking that lamb into maybe that show brace. But again, a really good class, challenging set that we talked about there throughout. Join me in congratulating these exhibitors out here in the ring.
We'll let these kids get a moment to get themselves rearranged and get ready to come in for this drive for the Grand Champion Intermediate Showman. In the meantime, your Class 13 results. Red ribbon winners are Maggie. Hold on just a second, folks. They needed the cards for the first and second purples. My apologies. Red ribbon winner is Maggie Roberts of Otoe County, Maxwell McCann of Howard County, Alvy Grotlution of Platte County, Kasha Elber of Webster County, Cooper Dudden of Scottsbluff County, Blake Klug of Cedar County, Hannah Wagner of Dodge County, Sydney Robinson of Pierce County. Blue ribbon winners include Tyler Collins of Hall County, Taylor Tetchen of Thayer County, Edis Klein of Frontier County. Your second purple is Keaton Fadig of Lincoln County, and first purple is Crew Freeland of Saunders County. Entering the ring now is going to be your selection of your champion and reserve champion, the intermediate showman here at the Nebraska State Fair. Representing Class 7, Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County, Landry Sutton of Douglas Sarpy County, and Orrin Berkey of Lancaster County. In Class 8, Natalie Wagner of Dodge County and Kissing Crow of Seward County. Class 9 will be Eli Lanick of Saunders County and Colburn Clausen of Furnace County. Class 10 is Sawyer Phipps from Chase County and Ashley Robertson from Perkins County. Class 11, Kale Zviv of Holt County and Aka Andrews of Otto County. Class 12 will include Addison Randall of Scottsbluff County, Allison Vavracek of Colfax County, and Paige Tetchen of Thayer County. And Class 13, Crew Freeland of Saunders County and Keaton Fadig of Lincoln County. Let's give these kids a round of applause in the champion drive for Grand Champion Intermediate Showman of the Nebraska State Fair.
Senior Beef Showmanship, second call, Class 7. Senior Beef Showmanship, second call, Class 7. First call, Class 8. Beef Showmanship, first call, Class 8. Second call, Class 7.
Just a quick note as we are going through the selection of our Grand Champion Intermediate Showman, we are going to take a 10-minute break. That'll give these kids time to get back to their pens and get themselves ready to start the breeding sheep show, which will start roughly 10 minutes after the completion and selection of our intermediate showmanship.
Second call, Senior Beef Showmanship Class 8. Second call, Senior Beef Showmanship Class 8. First call, Senior Beef Showmanship Class 9. First call, Class 9. Second call, Class 8.
Welcome to 5 Points Bank Day, celebrating 50 years as the better bank. Go
through 5. We had an incredible group here to work through our intermediate division. You know, there was a couple of those classes. We talked about how deep they were. We talked about them 3rd to 5th to 7th, just how much those kids really had a grasp and just a real basic understanding of showmanship and presenting that animal extremely high quality. And so then as we started to kind of work through and actually pull maybe the top 2 and even some cases the top 3, I felt like this division and this final heat was going to be extremely challenging. And certainly it was. I can promise you. I don't know how many we have out here, but there's not a kid from first to wherever it ends that doesn't do a nice job showing sheep. Okay, I'm sure that they've had a tremendous amount of success at their county level, at the state level, maybe even at the national level. This is just kind of how it shook out, in my opinion, today. There were some minor things that you'd like to change. There's some things with sheep and cooperation. There's some style differences that, you know, maybe I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of, but that's just my opinion. Again, I've said it before, and I'll kind of reiterate it. This is just kind of where I land today amongst these top 5 and kind of how we saw in place. But before we talk about these top 5 and kind of focusing in on maybe our top 3, I would say please join me in congratulating the exhibitors that made it out to this final heat. They did a tremendous job just to get to this point. We kind of sorted through, and I would say for me, there was kind of some lines maybe drawn in the sand there amongst the top 3, and then maybe from 4th, 5th, 6th, or it just seemed like it kind of broke out maybe in some natural groups. These 3 individuals that kind of came, and originally they were ones that I thought did an exceptional job within their heat. To get back to this point, I knew that they were ones that were going to be highly competitive as we talked about them and kind of worked through them in this final drive, and they just continue to work towards the front. They continue to surface. They continue to do little things that I thought are important. They did a tremendous amount of job. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that this is how it needs to be wrote in pen. This is just how it needs to be wrote in pen today. The young lady that goes ahead and starts with, I think when you talk about it as we did in the senior division, the combination showman, the one that gets that extra drive and that extra placement out of that weather, she's one that's incredible whenever she walks in the ring. She's outstanding on motion. That sheep responds to what she's wanting to do. He moves about the ring. He responds to what she's asking him to do. And then we get her get that sheep put in place. She gets him set. She gets him locked in. She gets him driving. And I think she just does a really good job of getting that sheep shown off and highlighted without messing with him too much. We want to get that extra drive. We want to get that extra stick. We want to do all those extra things, but sometimes maybe we get to doing a little too much. I think she does a good job of highlighting a really high quality one. She shows him off. She moves him about the ring good. The sheep responds well. I think just a really outstanding showman that we've got there to go ahead and start off with. I think it's really challenging. The young man that comes in second, that's one that whenever he hit the gate in his heat, he's got an extra shot of just competitive nature. You can just see it, the aggression that he's got. You like it. I love how that kid shows. He gets that sheep set in place. He gets him propped up. He gets him shown off. And then he literally does not mess with him. He doesn't mess with that animal until he needs to. And I think that's really important, maybe more so in this ring than it will be later on in the afternoon or tomorrow. But I think he does an outstanding job of getting that sheep set square, getting him set wide, getting him presented how he wants to, and then showing him off. I'd like to see a little more drive and maybe just a little more push, especially maybe with that sheep, just to kind of highlight him. And again, this is talking about amongst those top 2. I think as we compare those 2, I'd like to see him just get down maybe just a notch more out of that one, but 2 individuals that do a really good job. If you're into just absolutely parking one in place and always being set exactly the same way, there's no question that the young lady driving the South Down does that to an extremely high degree. That sheep, I'm pretty sure, his front feet and back feet have been in the same place in the same manner the entire time. From the time that she came in that original heat, you can just tell there's been a tremendous amount of work and effort put in at home. That one responds to what she wants that weather to do. She shows him off. I think as we start to kind of sort through that top 3, and again, it's getting extremely nitpicky. There were some times that I'd, again, like to see her maybe lock in on that one a little more. Maybe we want to get out of that guy ever so slightly, and he kind of wants to drop his spine and maybe just look a little slouched and just a little more relaxed. And so as we kind of start to sort those top 3, I felt like that was some things that maybe we could minute changes and some differences amongst that top trio that I'd like to see changed. She does an awesome job of getting him led into place. She doesn't mess with him. She sets him. You can tell there's been a tremendous amount of work and presentation that's gone on at home. Again, I congratulate her for falling into that 3rd spot. We talked about it in that senior division. If there's one of these top 4 and you said you got to pick somebody to stick one on, that good job. To go in the final drive tomorrow, I'm not sure that it's not the young man that comes into fourth. I think he does an awesome job in motion. I think he does an awesome job standing. He's aggressive. He drives that sheep. He shows him off. That's a good weather that he's got, and he does a dang good job showing him off. There's some times as we kind of worked into this top three, maybe he'd be a little out of place. Maybe he'd be a little out of balance. There's some things that from a showmanship standpoint in this particular ring this morning, we got to kind of modify. We need to keep that animal in place. We got to keep him kind of straight in line and kind of some of those little things that maybe, again, might not matter as much this afternoon, might not matter as much tomorrow, but in that showmanship setting, in a group like we've got here, we got to change a few details there. Young man does a heck of a job of getting that one stuck. I love just the natural balance and the smooth demeanor that the young lady that comes in fifth's got. She's one that moves the sheep about the ring. He responds. He does all the basic things that we want him to do. She does a really good job of getting that sheep propped up, getting him set square, not messing with him. I want to get a little more aggressive just in how you show him. I'd like to see you just drive that sheep and maybe lock into him just a little bit more. Again, that's getting really competitive on a top five. This was an extremely good set. There was a lot of them. There was more exhibitors than we had, in our older division. So I congratulate the kids that made it out to this point. Join me, please, in congratulating these intermediates one more time.
And congratulations, our grand champion intermediate showman coming out of class 12, Allison Bavachek of Colfax County. Your reserve champion will come out of class 7. That is Hayden Schroeder from Cumming County. And your third place comes out of class 11, Kale Zeev of Holt County. We are going to take a 10-minute break. Be back to start out with the 4-H breeding sheep show.
and entering. First call, semifinals round one. First call for semifinals round one, that would be the top purples in classes 1 through 5. First call, semifinals round one, classes 1 through 5.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to hit the breeding side of our 4-H show here at the Nebraska State Fair for the sheep. Again, our judge is Logan Newsom. Logan comes to us from Plainview, Texas. He owns Newsom Livestock with 350 head of club lamb operation. His wife, Jenny Vett, and 2 kids. They've got Graham, who's 8, and Gracie Joe, who's 5. He said he really enjoys spending time at the livestock shows and with family. We'd like to welcome Logan back to the show ring again as our judge as we continue. Entering the ring now will be Class 1. These are Southdown ewe lambs. These lambs are born from the 2nd of January this year till the 15th. Also, real fast, want to say a huge shout out to Birch Livestock and Union Bank and Trust. They are our sponsor for all of our champion classes in the divisions for today's breeding sheep show. Thank you.
Spencer Walahoski, you need to report to the Beef Showmanship ring. Your class is going in right now. Again, final call. Spencer Walahoski, your class is entering the ring. Your class is entering the ring. You need to be in the Beef Showmanship ring.
I think an outstanding way to start our breeding sheep show. We've got a set of ewe lambs here in this first class of South Downs. I think a top pair here that are a little challenging in my mind. I think you've got some give and take and some contrast there, and I don't think there's any question that there's some class advantages and some comparative difference that you maybe would like to change about each one of them. I think as you analyze the two, it gets a little challenging in my mind just because of each one of the unique pieces that maybe they bring within this particular class. I'm the most comfortable landing on the young ladies to start with. I think you analyze that one at the ground and you analyze her just at the base of her body and how she's pulled open, pulled apart, and she's bold and big in terms of the center portion of her body and her rib cage. She's one that's stout in her foundation. She's one that's not as unique up front. She's maybe not quite as clean and crisp in the lower portion of her body wall as the young lady in second. But you talk about just substance and power and width, the progression that one's got. I think that's a real nice one to start there. We've got one that comes in second. That's a really neat fronted, good shouldered ewe lamb. That one's tall at the point of her shoulder. She's level down her spine. She's athletic and attractive when we get her in motion. She's one that I'd like to see maybe just a little more robust to the center portion of her body. I'd like to see just the substance and just the boldness that we've got in our class winner. But as you analyze that one, especially from the profile and the side view, you like the way that one looks. You like the way that she's built. We've got a greener one that comes in here in third. You like that one's general muscle shape. You like just some things about her from that standpoint. That's a tall-fronted, long-sided one that's level down her spine and out of her hip. She's one that's fairly attractive when we get her loose and we get her in motion. We've just got to see more rib and lower flank there. I've just got to see more general capacity through the center portion of her body. There's some basic parts and pieces there that you like on that one. Another good class, a good way to start our breeding show. Let's congratulate the exhibitors that are out there.
Thank you. Set to enter the ring now will be Class 2. These will be Southdown yearling ewes, born in January and March of 2020. Here's your results of Class 1. Red ribbon winners include Maggie Roberts of Otto County, Arabella Rolfsmeyer from Buffalo County, Colton McNeil of Webster County, blue ribbon to Kenley Fedig of Lincoln County. Your second purple, is Kendra Losky of Washington County, and first purple will go to Elizabeth Skibinski of Valley County. I don't.
She's probably switching a lamb.
Oh, I thought they said there was only one in here.
Well, there's two. Here you go, sir.
Are we good? We've got a single entry here within our yearling Southdown class, but I think a real high quality female as you analyze this one from the get-go and from the time that she comes in. That one's good and just in terms of her basic skeleton. She's one that's athletic in motion. She's one that you like to see whenever she's loose and just moving about the ring. And at the same time, I think one that you analyze that one as she's propped up, that one's neck and shoulder and just how she's built up front. She's big and bold through the center portion of her body. That one's got some extra substance to her. I think certainly a real high quality one. Look forward to working back through in the championship drive. Let's congratulate that exhibitor.
Well, guys, first of all, I don't think you get much argument.
So now it is your purple
You had
skirt.
efforts here that you wanted somebody to stick for you. You can throw a dart out here, come on any
And congratulations in class number 2. Your first purple goes to Lauren Richards of Fillmore County. Again, thanks again to Birch Livestock and Union Bank and Trust. They are your sponsors of the 4-H breeding show all the way across the board. So thank you to both of those businesses for continuing to support the 4-H program. Selection now is for your champion and reserve champion, Southdown.
As we bring our ewe lambs and yearlings out here, I think a challenging set. We've got 3 that all read just with a tremendous amount of quality. We kind of talked about that pair, offering some differences there within that first class of our breeding sheep show. I think a pair that as you analyze them, there's some give and take there, but you just read those 2. No matter what different operation you want to put those females into, I think they've got a place. I think there's some differences there, but I think some tremendously high quality ones. We had a single entry class there that came in the next class. That one, you like that one just from a boldness standpoint. She's extremely pulled apart, and certainly a high quality one there just in that lone entry class. It's a little challenging in my opinion. I think we've got a pair of them out here that fit together. There's some give and take, but I just kind of lay the mic down and set on and land on them kind of how I like them today, but not necessarily as many numbers as maybe we might see in some of the classes that'll continue to come throughout the day, but certainly some exhibitors here in our Southdown division that have brought us a tremendous amount of quality. We'll go out and we'll name our champion and reserve. Please join me in congratulating these exhibitors.
Congratulations, your champion Southdown, exhibited by Elizabeth Skowinski of Valley County. Your reserve champion Southdown is Lauren Richardson of Fillmore County. We're going to move on now to our Suffolk ewes. This will be a Suffolk ewe lamb, born January 13th of this year.
We've got a couple of single entries here within their particular age brackets, and I think some some females that offer some give and take, maybe in some differences that you'd kind of like to combine some things about. But I think as you kind of analyze both of those, just from a femininity standpoint, you like those up front. You like them just in terms of their general body shape and basic build. I think there's some differences there, maybe in just some stoutness and some foundational width that you like to see. But I think two real high quality ones. Some females that get about the ring fairly athletic and good in terms of a skeletal makeup standpoint. Not as many numbers, but certainly a couple of high-quality females. We'll go out and we'll select our champion and reserve for our Suffolk division.
And congratulations in their individual classes with first purples, and then going on to the champion Suffolk. Evan Ruzicka of Knox County with the lamb as a champion. The reserve champion will be the yearling. Entry now will be class number 5. This is all other registered meat breed ewe lambs. These lambs are born anywhere from October 6th of 2020 to February 11th of 2021.
I think a really nice class of ewe lambs that we've got here in our AOB division to start off with. I think obviously some variation just amongst what we've got just within the particular breed categories. So there's some decisions that have to be made amongst maybe some of those placings, but we've got a setup here up top. I think a pair of them that follow together, in my mind, extremely well. I think you analyze those from the second that they first come in, and those are two females that are extremely high quality just in their skeletal makeup and their general build. I like the young man to go ahead and start with. I think you analyze that one up front, and you analyze how she's put together from the base of her body through her neck and her shoulder and just the general front 1/3 of her skeleton. I think she does that to a little higher degree than we've got with the young man that comes in second. You like that one spread and boldness up high. She's athletic when we get her in motion. I think she offers us the most unique view from the side, just in how she draws back from a skeletal makeup standpoint And as you analyze her through her rib and her body and her lower flank there, I think a real nice one that starts the class. We've got one with some extra just general power and shape. You like that one maybe from a carcass standpoint, some value that she could bring within whatever particular operation you wanted to put her in. That's a female that's tall-fronted. She's extended. She's long and level out of her spine. Again, I'd like to change her at the base of her body. I'd like to modify her out of her front shoulder. That's a real high-quality pair that we've got. I look forward to working back through them as we get into our champion drive. We've got a little leaner made one, a real shapely, maybe more of a carcass-focused female that comes here in our third spot. That's one that naturally reads just a little flatter, in my opinion. One that reads just a little harder in terms of her general body shape. I'd like to see that one just more robust in terms of her body shape. As we read her there through the center portion of her skeleton, I just like to see more expansion. I think that's a real high quality female. You like her length, you like her extension, you like her general shape. I just like to see her a little more robust there in her body shape. We've obviously got some variation maybe from a breed character standpoint of the one that we've got here that comes in fourth. At the same time, that's a big-bodied, bold-centered one. You like her general width. You like her in terms of her feet and leg placement. Just got to see that one a little more athletic. I like to see her level her out of her hip. Another nice class. Let's congratulate the exhibitors that are out here.
And through that room into the room. Here are your results of Class 5. First purple will go to Kyle Gross family of Washington County. Second purple is Owen Van Kirk of Thurston County. Blue ribbon winner, Seth Ward of Hamilton County. And red ribbon winner to Maggie Roberts of Otto County. There'll be a single entry in our all other registered meat breeds, ewe lambs. Born January 21st of 2020. After this, we'll be making the selection of our champion and reserve registered meat breed ewe lambs.
We've got a single entry class within our yearling division here. I think a real nice female that we've got to start with. I think you analyze that one just in terms of her basic fundamentals. I think that's a high quality female. That one's pulled apart and wide underneath. She's bold through the center portion of her body. She's level down her spine. I think a nice one to go ahead and win. We'll go ahead and look at her as we analyze her against those two that come back in our lightweight division. It should be a good championship drive to sort through. Let's congratulate this single entry exhibitor. As we work through our championship of our division here and within our other meat breeds, I think three individuals that all read with a tremendous amount of quality. We kind of talked about that being a really challenging pair there and amongst those ewe lambs. I think two that fit together extremely well. We'll keep that pair together. That'll be our champion reserve for this particular division.
To give you the results of class number 6, purple went to Lauren Richards of Fillmore County. Your champion, all other registered meat breed ewe lambs, owned by the Cowgross family of Washington County. And your reserve champion is to Lauren Richards of Fillmore County. Entering the ring now, we are set to go to class number 7. This is all Hampshire ewe lambs, class number 7. Lambs born from December 31st of 2020 to February 24th of 21. Again, this is class 7, all Hampshire ewe lambs. And again, a big thank you to Birch Livestock and Union Bank and Trust for their sponsorship of our Reserve and Grand Champion Awards for each one of our divisions.
Caitlin Bruce from Howard County, if you'd come to the announcer stand. Caitlin Bruce from Howard County, come to the announcer stand, please.
I think a real nice class of Hampshires that we get started with. We'll kind of talk about these top four, but I think some females that might have ended up down the line today that I think certainly merit some quality. Maybe kind of just depending on what kind of operation or what their plan is, and from a future standpoint, I think some that bring some particular value within this particular class. I think it gets challenging. I think we've got a pair up top that I land on that I'm the most comfortable with. I think two females that, as you analyze them, I think both offer some similarities just in how they're put together from a basic build standpoint, just from a general muscle standpoint and a body width, all some things you naturally want to gravitate towards. I'm the most comfortable landing on the young man's ewe lamb that leads the class. I think you talk about uniqueness from how she's built and how she's put together. I like that one the most. You like her whenever she's loose and in motion, just from a skeletal standpoint in terms of being flexible off both ends of her skeleton. Now, I'll be the first to admit, I'd like to see that one run uphill ever so slightly. She's one that naturally is maybe just a little shorter about her shoulder, and all some things that we like as we get her propped up and we analyze her through her body shape. I think you could see this one being just a notch taller at the point of her shoulder. I'd like to see her running gear just a little more aggressive and kind of driving up maybe into his hand, and I think that would just highlight the quality view that she gives us throughout the class. You like the basic parts and pieces of the one that comes in second. That one's big and bold through the center portion of her rib. You like her at the base of her body. She's wide and bold underneath. She's one that touches with just some actual tone and some leanness. You like all of those things about her. In my mind, as we get her loose, she's one that you read as just being a little rounder off of both ends of her skeleton. She wants to be a little rounder out of her shoulder. She wants to drop her tail head there and maybe compensate ever so slightly in how she handles her hip and hind leg design. But I think you analyze that one from a basic principle standpoint. That's a real high quality female that we've got that comes in second. If you're in on the one in third from ringside, I wouldn't necessarily argue with you. There's no question this one holds some class advantages. She's the shortest back. She's the boldest and the widest through the top portion of her skeleton up high. She's without question as big over the upper portion of her hip and through her lower stifle. And just from a carcass value standpoint, if you want to put that one in a facility, whether you're raising club lambs or whatever the case may be, that one without question has got some uniqueness. In my opinion, she gets a little more jammed up. She's a little shorter in how she's put together. I think one that just reads maybe a little more compact and a little more traditional in how she's built. You like her width, though. You like her general power. There's no question that one brings some value, and it certainly offers some unique perspective. I like the basic parts and principles from a skeletal makeup standpoint of the one that comes in fourth. That one's tall-fronted, long neck, flat-shouldered. She's extended and level out of her spine. She's not quite as dynamic over the top portion of her skeleton. She wants to get a little plainer out of her hip. She's one that I'd like to see just a little more unique from that standpoint as we analyze her against those top three. But you analyze that one just from a femininity standpoint and her basic skeletal makeup, I think without question that one deserves to be up here in the top end. Again, a nice class of Hampshire ewe lambs. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Here's your results of Class 7 of all Hampshire ewe lambs. Red ribbon winners will include Bailey Fultis of Platte County. Bailey also has a second red. Aaron Turnus of Douglas Sarpy County. James Grotlushin of Colfax County. Hannah Gross family of Washington County. Blue ribbon winners include Callie Ludke of Phelps County. Lauren Richards of Fillmore County. Second purple goes to Lauren Richards of Fillmore County. And first purple to Michael Lockey III out of Lancaster County. Entering the ring now, these will be your Class 8 all Hampshire yearling ewes. These ewes were born from January 30th to May 13th of 2020. Again, this is all Hampshire yearling ewes. After this, we'll make the selection of your champion and reserve champion Hampshire.
ribbons.
Purple, blue, red. Another nice class of yearlings as we work through our Hampshire breed here. I think we've got one that comes to the front, in my opinion, fairly logically. We've got a female here up front, and I think you analyze that one from the time that she comes in. That one's extremely bold and robust in how she's put together. She's one that's big through her center. She's stout in terms of her foundation and her feature. That one's got some broody pieces. She's got some femininity to her. That one just has the extra bells and whistles in my mind. I think one that logically go ahead and slide into that top spot. You like the extension, you like the length, you like the tall fronted one that comes in second from a profile standpoint, there's no question. That one's length about her neck, that one's smooth at the point of her shoulder. She's long and level out of her spine. I think as we analyze her against that other one that wins, you'd just like to see her a little more dynamic in the turn to the lower portion of her body. You'd like to see her stouter in terms of her general feature, but that's a real high quality female that's got a lot of look and presence about her. We've got one that comes in here in third. That one's got some extra power to her. She's got some body width. She's got some progression there as you read her from front to back. She's one that gives us a good look from the side. She's round in terms of her cage. She's soft through her flank. That one just gets a little lower fronted, in my opinion. We'd like to see her just taller at the point of her shoulder. We'd like to see her a little more refined about her head and neck. That's a nice one that falls into that third spot, though. We've got an extra feature, bold, robust one that comes in fourth. That one's just very rugged in her kind and very general in her makeup. She's square. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. I'd like to just change her from a skeletal makeup standpoint. I'd like to see her better at the base of her body in terms of her chest placement. I'd like to see her just more athletic in how she handles her hind leg. But you like the extra feature and you like the extra ruggedness that one does bring to this particular class. A real nice class of yearlings. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
We're going to bring in our first and second purples now from our 2 Hampshire U classes to make that selection. Here's your results of class number 8. Red ribbon winners include James Grotlucian from Colfax County, Bailey Falties from Platte County, Elena Fengmeyer from Thayer County with a blue, and Taya Hamilton from Madison County with the first purple. Again, in the ring now, the selection of your champion and reserve champion, Hampshire U's. Again, thanks to Birch Livestock and Union Bank and Trust for their sponsorship of our champions.
It's on.
I think a challenging set that we've got to work with here. Maybe not necessarily a tremendous amount of numbers as we kind of talk about these 3 that we've got, but I think 3 individuals that are just extremely high quality. I think any way you shake it, no matter kind of what different scenario these things might be placed in, I think you just read these things and they've got some value. As you analyze those 2 that come into that first class of ewe lambs, that was a good pair. We talked about that class having some quality and some depth throughout. That's a real nice one, I think, that goes ahead and starts in that, in my opinion. We talked about some things that maybe we'd like to change her. I love this one loose. I love her in motion. We get that one analyzed and we get her propped up. You'd like to maybe see her just run uphill just a little bit more. But I like that one a tremendous amount as you analyze that one through her skeleton. And we talked about the one that comes in second. That one's got some extra body width. That one's got some robust feature. Maybe modify some things as we get that one loose. But that's one that was a pair that we talked about being very, very high quality. We talked about this one that comes in out of our last class, and that one's got the extra feature. She's got the stoutness. You analyze that one down low just in terms of her foot and bone and feature, and she's got all those extra pieces that you gravitate towards. We get this one loose and we get her in motion, and that's probably where I'm going to be the most critical on her. In my mind, she wants to just roll out of her shoulder. I'd like to see her just a little better at the base of her body. She's one that maybe just wants to get a little straighter as she handles her hind leg. But the uniqueness about that one, just from a body width and a general stoutness, that one certainly has a place. I think it's very challenging. I think there's some give and take. I'll go out and we'll select the hands of our champion and reserve on how I see it today. It was a really good quality Hampshire breed here. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
She said she had it in her mailbox before Saturday. Congratulations to Michael Lucky III out of Lancaster County, your champion Hampshire exhibitor, and reserve champion will go to Taya Hambleton from Madison County. In the ring now is all wool breed yearling ewe, born January 19th of 20.
We've got a single entry here within our, I guess, our all other wool breeds. So certainly kind of a change of gears, maybe from what we've seen so far. But I think you analyze that female, just talking from a physical characteristic standpoint. That's one that's got some skeletal makeup. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. She's one that, you kind of read that one just in terms of her fleece and maybe some grease weight. Again, you kind of got a market guy and maybe more of a Club Lamb influence guy in here sorting that. But certainly we run about 150 fine wool Rambouillet ewes in Texas. So I understand the value of those from a wool standpoint. So I think a real nice single entry. Congratulations to that exhibitor.
Entering the ring now will be class number 10, all wool breeds ewe lambs, born from September 19th of 2020 to February 17th of 21. In class 9, congratulations, first purple to Paul Littlefield of Platte County.
We're going to leave this particular group lined up exactly how they are. And I know some variation there and, maybe some challenging things just from where they land within a particular class or a breed. This is just kind of how I see it, just kind of understanding where I'm going to land on my priorities. I think you analyze the young lady's ewe lamb or yearling there that goes ahead and starts with. I think you analyze that one from a physical characteristic standpoint. That's the best just in terms of her skeletal makeup. That one's the most feminine just in terms of her head and her neck and just in terms of her general body shape. And in my opinion, you analyze that one from a fleece standpoint. I think she excels this particular group that we've got here. We've got one that comes in here in second that's maybe giving up some pounds, some days on feed, some weight, maybe just necessarily some age from that standpoint. But I think one that's good in terms of her general makeup. I think just a real nice female that we've got that falls in second. I think that's probably where this pair sorts, in my opinion, as we talk about second and third. I just like the young ladies just in terms of her general makeup from a skeletal standpoint. And then we've kind of got the painted up one that comes in here in fourth. That's a sheep that maybe if we were talking from a carcass value standpoint, I don't think there's any question that she might bring a little more value within this particular class. I could see the dynamics of this deal kind of shuffling from there. But I think a challenging one. There's some give and take. Once again, let's congratulate these exhibitors in the ring.
All right, we'll bring them back in now. Your first and second purples of each one of the classes for all wool breeds. We'll bring them back in for your selection of your champion all wool breed. Out of Class 10, blue ribbon winners include Braden Staudenmeyer of Box Butte County, Paul Littlefield from Platte County, second purple to Marissa Roll of Douglas Sarpy County, and Kate Dworick of Douglas Sarpy County will be your first purple.
As we bring our class winners and seconds and representatives within this particular breed, we kind of talked about it within class. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm an expert within this particular division. I thought it was challenging. There were some places that I felt a little more comfortable and some places maybe I felt a little more, made a little more sense in my mind just from a priority standpoint. We talked about that last class and that being a really, really good class, maybe with some depth and some variation. And then we've got the entry here on the end. I think all exhibitors have done an outstanding job. There was a pair of them here that I thought within this last class that we sorted that we'll keep them together. I thought they were the ones, in my opinion. Let's congratulate the exhibitors out of that class for a champion and reserve for this division.
Congratulations, your champion all wool braid ewe. Lamb was shown by Kate Dworick of Douglas Sarpy County and reserve champion by Marissa Roll of Douglas Sarpy County. We're moving on to the Dorset ewe lambs. This is class 11. Born from December 23rd of 2020 to February 12th of 21. This is class 11.
We will be taking a 15-minute break before the start of the breeding beef competition. 15-minute break. Breeding beef should be starting around 2:05. Around 2:05 to start the breeding beef show.
I think we've got a really high quality set here to sort with. I think as we analyze and kind of talk about these top three, I don't think there's any question that there's some give and take and some variation maybe amongst this trio. We kind of sorted them and kind of watched them maybe just a little longer. And I think as you analyze them in motions, maybe in my opinion, where it starts to kind of differentiate itself within each one of these particular individuals, I'm the most comfortable landing on the young man that comes in here with this ewe lamb up front. I think you analyze that one just in terms of her build. You analyze her in terms of her body shape, at the base of her body, just in terms of her general skeletal makeup. And at the same time, that one's long and leveler about her spine. She's maybe just a little more uncoordinated in how she handles her hind leg. That's one you'd like to see just a little more stability there. But I think as you analyze that one, whether it's just from a female standpoint, from a terminal standpoint, maybe from a breeding characteristic standpoint, I think there's just a tremendous amount of value there. I'd like to see her a little more up and out, up top. I think we want to kind of get over the top of that one and maybe kind of hide how her neck and shoulder blends together. But I think that's just a real high quality female. I love the basic parts and pieces. And I think you want to talk just strictly in terms of feet and legs and how this one gets about the ring and moves. I don't think there's any question that she holds an advantage over the one that wins the class. She's one that I read as just being a little plainer up front, especially as we analyze her at the base of her body through her forerib. I'd like to see her a little more up right there. I'd like to see her just highlight a little higher quality view from the side view angle. But I think in terms of just that one's skeletal makeup, I think in terms of just her basic parts and pieces from a fundamental standpoint, there's no question that one's got some good to her. This one that comes in third, again, another one that's just wide and bold in terms of her center body. She's square and sound in terms of her feet and legs. Maybe not quite as unique up front. Maybe not quite as unique as we get her going about the ring. But I think you talk about the basic parts and principles in terms of just good breeding livestock. And I think without question, that one deserves a place up here amongst our top trio that we've got. A really good class of Dorsets. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Congratulations in your Class 11 Dorset ewe lambs. Here are your placings. Kelton Kirkhoff from Saline County with a red ribbon. Kason Kirkhoff of Saline County, a red ribbon. Blue ribbon winner goes to Luke Hunsager from Pawnee County. Second purple is Hayden Shamer from Scotts Bluff County. And first purple to Henry Turnus of Douglas Sarpy County. A single entry in your Class 12 Dorset yearling ewes. This ewe was born January 11th of 2020.
We've got a good single entry here. I think, again, one that you just talk about general characteristics from a female standpoint. That one's bold through her center, soft through her rib and flank. I think that one's good in terms of her feet and legs. There's some value there from a skeletal makeup standpoint. I think a single entry class that certainly a young man brings us a high quality one. Let's congratulate him.
Congratulations in the Class 12 Dorset yearling ewes, showed by James Grotlution of Colfax County with your first purple. Bringing back our purple winners, our first and second purples from the two classes to make the selection of your champion Dorset and reserve champion. Again, thanks again to Birch Livestock and Union Bank and Trust for their continued sponsorship of our sheep champions.
Again, we kind of talked about it throughout the day as we've kind of brought back some of these class winners and seconds within each one of their particular classes. I think quality-wise, and within this particular Dorset drive, maybe as deep and as high quality as anything we've had up until this point. We kind of talked about them through class. That last class that we came in, you talk about just the basic fundamentals of just general good breeding pieces. I think that female there, closest to me, has got some good and certainly got some merit. We talked about that ewe lamb class, and that was a challenging one. There was a there was 3 or 4 in there that I thought all brought a tremendous amount of value and depth within that particular class. And that was a pair of them that as much give and take as they had, I think as you analyze them, there's a tremendous amount of quality. I don't think there's any question that they're a little bit different just in terms of their general makeup and their general kind. But I don't think there's anybody that won't question that those are just tremendously high quality females. That's a pair of them I liked extremely well in class. That's a pair that we'll keep together here in our champion drive. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Good job, bud. Good job. Good job.
Good on water? And that's still sitting there if you want it. Congratulations, you're a champion Dorset exhibitor. Is Henry Thurnis from Douglas Sarpy County, and your reserve will be Hayden Schimmer from Scottsbluff County. We get ready to start class 13. A quick note to the parents and grandparents that are helping these youth. The top 2 in each commercial class from here on out will need to be weighed back. So if you are the top 2 in each one of your classes, you do need to have your ewe weighed back. You'll have to check in over at the check-in table. We'll start out with class number 13. These are now our commercial meat breed ewe lambs. These lambs weigh from 104 to 113 pounds. This is class number 13. And again, thank you to Birch Livestock and Union Bank and Trust for your continued sponsorship of our champions in the sheep program.
This is second call for class 1 and 2 of our main Jew breeding beef show. Second call of class 1 and 2 of our main Jew breeding beef.
Is it green? Okay, it's unmuted right now. It's got 2 bars. When it gets down to 1 bar,
I think just an absolute killer way to start off our commercial division, and I wouldn't expect anything less. I'm sure this is how it's going to be, and they're just going to get bigger and better, and all of those things. And I think it's going to be a tremendous amount of fun to kind of sort through and just kind of evaluate them, just from where I land on my priorities and kind of where I'm the most comfortable. I think we've got a pair of them up here that there's probably some variance, and initially when the young man's came in, that's in second came in the ring, I didn't think there was any question that one was going to win. And I think as the drive kind of wears on and you kind of break these things down, just in terms of where you're the most comfortable is where it probably gets the most challenging, in my opinion. And I'll tell you where I kind of land and where I see them and how I read them, and that's just obviously kind of how it is today, but that's not to say that it couldn't flip-flop around and you couldn't get somebody else in here to switch, especially this top pair, because I think it's extremely challenging and it's extremely close, and they're extremely high quality. We've got one that comes up here to lead with. I think as you analyze that one through her shoulder and the base of her body and rib cage, that's where the pair sorts, in my opinion. I love that one in terms of her neck, in terms of her blade, in terms of her forerib shape. That one's level out of her spine. She's athletic in motion. That's one that you really like just gravitate towards just from a skeletal makeup standpoint. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. I felt like the pair probably sorted just in terms of that one's chest width and boldness through the center portion of her body, and in terms of her forerib shape. I felt like that's probably where she was just slightly more dynamic than the one that comes in second. I think that's a real high quality one. I think a real neat one to start with. I love just the extra feature and boldness and stoutness and ruggedness and all of those things that you want to talk about the one that comes in second. That one's got some class advantages without question. She's big in terms of her feature. She's stout just in terms from a muscle characteristic and a volume standpoint. As we get this one loose and we get her moving about the ring and we step off of her, she just continues to highlight with a tremendously good view. She offers a tremendous amount of quality, whether you get around behind her or whether you're analyzing her from the side. I read that one at the base of her body, just being slightly more closed off in terms of her chest. I'd like to pull her apart just in terms of a lower portion of her skeleton. I'd like to see her just a little more dynamic in the turn to her forerib shape. That's a really, really high-quality female that's got a tremendous amount of value as she continues to go, as she continues to show. And my guess is at some point into somebody's breeding program. That's two pair up top that I like a tremendous amount. We've got one that comes in third. You like just the extra feature and stoutness and boldness. From a power standpoint, if you want to land on the one that probably handles as crisp and as fresh as anything, the one that comes in here in third, I think could certainly run with anything that we've got in the class. She gets a little more conventional in her look. She's a little quicker in her pattern. I'd like to modify that one off the front portion of her skeleton. We've got a real good female that comes in this blue-colored one that comes in fourth. That one's athletic in terms of her general build. You like her skeletal makeup standpoint. She just ran out of gas as we talk about some of those ESTs and some of those extra features that the ones in front of her got. That's a real good female. That's a good breeding piece for anybody. Again, a real high quality class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Getting ready to enter the ring now will be Class 14. These are the commercial meat breed ewe lambs. They will weigh from 115 to 122. Just a reminder, first and second purples, you must weigh back. The top two in each commercial class must be weighed back. You'll check in at the check-in table to get that taken care of. Here's your results of Class 13. Red ribbon winners include Elizabeth Ginn of Shickley. Red will be Forest Union of Burt County, Arabella Robesmeyer from Buffalo County, Bella Lewison from Cumming County, Colt Lanker from Thayer County. Blue ribbon winners include Spencer Snyder from Frontier County, Kasha Elber from Webster County, Scout Pierce from Saunders County. Second purple will go to Blake Klug of Cedar County, and first purple to Orrin Berkey of Lancaster County. Again, in the ring now is Class 14. They weigh from 115 to 122 pounds.
I think we've got three that we'll talk about in this second class that I think are extremely high quality. I think there's some give and take. There's some areas that maybe you'd like to change, a couple of them in particular. But I think we've got one that initially kind of hit the ring, and I'm not going to lie, I was a little worried. I liked that one, the initial read I got off of her. I thought that one studied with a tremendous amount of quality. And then, of course, she wanted to fight the young lady coming about the ring. But as we finally got that one going and we got her in motion, that's the one that I'm the most comfortable landing on. I think you talk about the combination, especially amongst second and third. She's the one that's awesome through the front portion of her body. She's bold in terms of her center rib shape. She's crisp down her back. That one fits a lot of different scenarios. That's just an extremely high quality one. I think a good place in my mind to land on. I would love to take the two that we've got in second and third and just kind of mesh them together into one. I think as you talk about the comparative differences amongst each one of them, there's no question they hold some class advantages that you would like to just absolutely gravitate towards and just tie into. And at the same time, maybe some things that you'd like to adjust and modify within each one. I'm more comfortable landing on the young lady that comes in second. I think that one reads similar to our class winner. That one's pulled apart in her lower portion of her skeleton. She's wide and bold in terms of her body shape. She's big in terms of her feature and her foundation. That one's got a tremendous amount of power. That one fits a similar mold to what we've got with the one up front. I'd like to change the base of her body. I'd like to give her just some more extension up front. I'd like to just kind of modify that whole front portion of her body when we kind of get her propped up. I like it loose, and I like it whenever she's loose and in motion. I just like to see that one a little more elegant up front when we get that one propped up sideways. And I don't think there's any question that the one that comes in third certainly complements her from that standpoint. That one's shoulder and how she blends and transitions into her rib shape as she draws back there. She wedges the correct way. She's tall fronted. She's flat in terms of her shoulder point. She just wants to fade at the top portion of her skeleton. She wants to I'd like to just change some things about the upper portion of her hip. I'd like to just see that one a little more dynamic as you get around behind her and maybe catch that 3/4 angle. That one that beats her up front's a little bolder and a little bigger and a little more spread and dimension up high. This one's a little neater and a little trickier up front. I think it's an awesome pair. That was real close between second and third. Those top three are extremely high quality individuals. We'll talk real quick about that one in fourth. That's one that you love her when she's propped up. She's got some elevation and she's got some extension up front. In my opinion, she wants to get round off both ends of her skeletons when we get her loose and in motion. The one that comes in fifth got a tremendous amount of power. She gets a little more traditional whenever we get her loose and in motion. A couple things we'd like to change just from a skeletal standpoint. Really good class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
We'll give you the results here of Class 14 of your commercial meat breed ewe lambs. But first entering the ring will be Class 15. Class 15 commercial ewe lambs will weigh from 122 to 128. Now your results of Class 14. Red ribbon winners include Cooper Laker of Fayette County, Kinley Uckloff of Hamilton County, Claire Ram of Holt County. Mason Roberts will be a blue ribbon winner out of Lincoln County. Taylor Lautenschlager of Hall County. Purple ribbon winners will be third purple to Christine Wagner of Dodge County. Second purple is Sawyer Phipps of Chase County. And your first purple is Jaylee Halstead of Cumming County. Again, entering the ring now is class 15. These ewe lambs will weigh from 122 to 128 pounds.
I think another nice class. I think probably as challenging a class as we've got that we've had so far today, just literally from first to the last one that we've got here in line. Those are high quality females. They fit a lot of different scenarios. I'm sure they'll go home or go on to other shows and find some success, breaking a different class, let some of these other ones get away from them, whatever the case may be, go back into production. Those sheep from top to bottom that we've got in this class, I congratulate the exhibitors because it really, really is just a tremendous amount of quality from top to bottom. I think it's challenging, in my opinion, as we kind of get into maybe these top 4 or 5. I'm not sure there's one that just naturally just jumps out and grabs me and it's the one that I absolutely have to tie into or I'm not going to be able to lay down and sleep at night. I think there's some give and take amongst maybe our top 2 and our top 3. And kind of some decisions that have to be made there. I'm the most comfortable landing on the young lady's ewe lamb that we go ahead and start with. I think you analyze that one just in how she's put together. You analyze her in motion. I think that's probably where she sorts herself to the top of this class, in my opinion. I think that one's very fault-free. She's very sound. She's good build. She's got some body width. She's got some muscle to go with it. I think just a very bulletproof, very complete one that goes ahead and starts with. I like some unique features that we've got about this one that comes in second. That one in terms of her shoulder placement. That one in terms of her neck design, how she's put together up front. That one's shallower. She's more dynamic in how she reads from her side view profile. She's one that I read as just being a little more closed off at the base of her body. She's naturally just a little flatter in terms of her forerib shape. She's one I'd like to see just busted open. I'd like to see her just more boldness, more substance, just more general body width as we analyze her. That one's dynamic in how she's put together, especially up front, though. She offers us a really, really good view as we analyze her from that side view profile. I love the basic pieces and the parts and the feet and legs of the one that comes in third. That one's just very sound. She's athletic. She's attractive. She's loose about her spine. Her feet in terms of her placement are really, really good. That one's just very sound. She's athletic. She moves about the ring good. You get around behind this one, she's too narrow for me. We need to make this one wider just in her general construction. We need to just yank this one open at the base of her body and pull her open through her center portion of her body and her forerib, give more spread to the top side of her skeleton, because you analyze her from the side and you analyze her whenever she's loose and in motion, and I think there's a tremendous amount of value there. We just got to make more of her. That's a nice one that falls in that third spot. We've got a round-bodied, kind of a soft-middled one that comes in here in this fourth spot. This blue ewe one touches and touches extremely well in terms of just having some rack shape, in terms of having just some lean carcass value. So I don't think there's any question she brings some uniqueness from this angle, and especially as we come into the handle. She's one that I'd like to read as just a little stouter in her general foundation, especially as we start to compare to the few of the ones that we've got in front of her. But a really good class, again, top to bottom, a lot of quality. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Congratulations. Here's your results of Class 15 of the commercial meat breed ewe lambs. Red ribbon winners will include Jezebel Olson from Webster County, A.K. Andrews, William Skabinski from Valley County, Allison Nielsen from Washington County. Blue ribbon winners, Paige Tetchen from Thayer County, Abby Stahlbaumer from Custer County, McKenna Ratchie from Adams County. Third purple is Natalie Wagner from Dodge County. Second purple to Keaton Vedic from Lincoln County. And first purple to Elena Fangmeyer from Thayer County. That's the results of Class 15. Entering the ring now will be Class 16 of your commercial meat breed ewe lambs. These lambs will weigh from 129 to 133 pounds. Again, this is Class 16. Thanks again as well to Birch Livestock and Union Bank and Trust for your continued sponsorship of our champions in the sheep show today. And just a reminder, those top 2 in each commercial class need to be weighed back. So when you leave the ring, if you're in first or second purple, you must weigh back your animals immediately by checking in at the check-in table.
I don't think there's any question that we kind of turned up the heat as we got into this particular class, and not necessarily just on the top end. We talked 5, 6, 7 deep in that deal. There's some sheep in there that maybe landed here in the middle of the pack that quality wise, I would say stack into the top 5, stack into the top 3, maybe win some of the classes that we previously had. Just got some sheep in here that I think just read with a tremendous amount of quality. Very, very good class. Compliments to the exhibitors. Tremendous depth that we've had to work with. I think we've got a setup here that we kind of worked through maybe in our top 3 and even initially past that. This top pair I think we've got is a set that's extremely dynamic just in terms of quality. Those are ones that when they hit the ring, I naturally gravitate towards. Those sheep come in. They're athletic. They're great in motion. Man, they just read like they're here to win. Like those things just have a tremendous amount of quality. Some things that maybe you can kind of break down, some things you can decipher and kind of see where you want to land on your priority. I don't think there was any question from the time that the blue one comes in that she wasn't going to win, in my opinion. That's one that I think does a lot of good things. She's probably got some of the same class advantages that maybe the ULAM in second does. And then I think as we analyze this one and we read her, especially in motion, she's as good and athletic and as sound moving. She's taller fronted. She's better out of her shoulder. But that one is bold and dynamic in terms of her rib shape. She's stout in terms of her general foundation. That one's got the extra bells and whistles. whenever she comes in, that's one that I naturally gravitate towards. I think that's a real high quality one that goes there to win. We've got one that comes in second that I think is just right there nipping at her heels the entire way. I love the extra feature that this one's got. She reads similar and she reads the same way, just in terms of that extra shot of muscle, that extra shot of width, that power. She's stout in terms of her foundation. She's big in terms of her feet and legs. That one's got the feature and the look and all of those extra things that maybe we would want in a weather dam of this size and this weight and all of those things. As we read this one, and we've seen this one kind of a couple of times previously, I love this one from her mid-rib back. I want to change this one when we got her in motion. She wants to run downhill. When we get her propped up, she wants to close off at the base of her chest. She wants to get just a little lower fronted and just a little more jammed up. We modify that one's front third of her skeleton. You love her body shape. You love her forerib shape. I just want to see that one's shoulder and neck just stand up and prop up. I'd like to see that one just a notch taller at the point of her shoulder, because that one has all the extra pieces, all the extra features, all the extra uniqueness that we've got. I think that's a really, really dynamic pair that we've got to start with. We've got one that comes in here in third, and this young man's got one that he's just driving that is extremely wide. She's pulled apart underneath. You analyze that one at the ground just in terms of general body width and squareness in terms of her foundation, and that one's as unique from that standpoint as anything. She's short about her back. She's tall-fronted. She's bold in terms of her center body shape. We get a little harder on this one when we get her loose and we get her in motion. I read her as being one that's a little straighter out of her shoulder whenever we've got her loose. She wants to get just a little tighter and a little choppier. I'd like to see just a little more flexibility off both ends, because when that one's propped up, she's good-shouldered. She's bold through the center portion of her body. She's big-muscled. She's wide at the ground. There's a lot of good there. That was a really, really tough class for that one to kind of land in there in that third spot. We've got one that comes in here in fourth. In terms of just the basic parts and pieces, good breeding stock, I think this one checks a lot of boxes. She's square in terms of her feet and legs. She's athletic. She's long and level about her spine. She's tall. She's smooth at the point of her foot. She's tall at the point of her shoulder and smooth at the same time. That one just ran out of power. There's some uniqueness and some dynamics that we've got amongst those top three. I think if we could make that one just a little wider, a little bolder, there's certainly some good there that you want to gravitate towards from her feet and legs standpoint. That was a good class. I congratulate the exhibitors along the wall. A tremendous amount of depth. Put your hands together, please, and join me in congratulating those kids that are still in the ring.
Here's your results coming out of Class 16. Red ribbon winners include Jezebel Olson from Webster County, Taylor Detchen from Thayer County, Kendra Lowski from Washington County, Preston Bobenmeyer from Red Willow County, Torrance Count from Dodge County. Blue ribbon winners will be Chloe Henslick from Knox County. Sawyer Phipps, I apologize, we don't have a county for him. Third purple is Owen Van Kirk from Thurston County. Second purple, Landry Sutton, Douglas Sarpy County. And first purple will go to Lydia Okander from Butler County. In the ring now is Class 17. These lambs weigh from 135 to 141 in the commercial meat breed ewe lambs.
I think another high quality pair, we kind of talked about, or another high quality class. We kind of talked in that last class that we had, just depth top to bottom. And I think one that reads true, a class that just literally from the first one to maybe there towards the end, there's some value there depending on kind of what kind of scenario. So congratulations to exhibitors. I think are the real high quality one. I think we've got a pair of them up here that probably from the jump, I was the most concerned with how they were going to sort out and just kind of the dynamics amongst those two. I think there's some give and take. I think each one of those offers some uniqueness, I think that pair probably reads fairly similar in my mind, and I think within each one of them, there's probably some things that I'd like to change within each one of them that kind of fall in line with each other. But as you kind of talk about them and kind of where I land on them just in terms of my priorities, I like the unique look that this one gives us from the side, the young lady's ewe lamb. When we get that one propped up, that one's good in terms of her shoulder. I felt like she's bolder and bigger in terms of the center portion of her body and just how it turns to her forerib there. I think one that draws back, softer in terms of her flank. I read that one as probably being a little shorter backed one, maybe a little more compact, but certainly using that as a compliment. I just like how that one balances. I think she's unique in how she's put together. I felt like she balanced ever so slightly better than the one that we've gotten second. Again, that's one that when we get that one loose and we get her in motion, I want to raise her at the point of her shoulder. I'd like to give that one's running gear just a notch more up and out. And I don't think there's any question that that's where the young lady's ewe lamb here in second compliments her. That one's long neck. She's tall shouldered. She's extended just in the front portion of her body. She's longer about her spine. When you get off of this one and you get her in motion, you like just that length of spine and levelness down her back. Now, at the same time, I think that's one that's maybe a little more restricted in her hind leg design. That's one that when I get around behind her, she wants to close off more than I'm comfortable with. I'd like to see that one just bolder and more pulled apart at the base of her body. I'd like to see her track away just a little more general width and just be a little wider in terms of her general foundation. But in terms of how that one's put together and in terms of the unique look that she gives us, I think that's a very, very dynamic pair. That's a unique one that comes there in second. That was close. I think a real high-quality set that we've got. One that comes in here in third. That one's got the extra feature. That one's got the width. That one's got the boldness. I like a lot of things about that one. That one's big in terms of her center. She's got some extra mass and some extra volume there, and I think that's all things that you really want to tie into, things that you want to complement. She's not as dynamic at the base of her body. She's not as unique in terms of her forerib shape. That one's just very, very traditional, and I say that with the utmost confidence and being a compliment. That's very, very good livestock. That one in terms of just a good breeding piece, that one's sound. She's flexible. She just maybe wasn't quite as unique up front. A real high-quality set that we had to work with. That one, unfortunately, fell into that third spot. We've got one that reads similar to our third place that comes in here in this fourth place within this particular class. That one's got extra width. That one's got extra shape. She's got muscle just in terms from a value and from that standpoint. That one gets a little uncoordinated out of her hind leg design. That one gets a little deeper at the base of her body. Just some minute details. That was a real tough top end. Again, congratulate these exhibitors. Very, very tough class.
Here are your results now of Class 17 of the commercial meat breed ewe lambs. Red ribbon winners include Emma Ott of York County, Cooper Duden of Scotts Bluff County, Kagan Kirshner of Lincoln County. Blue ribbon winners will be Crew Freeland of Saunders County, Jordan Muscle of Gage County, Kate Piper of Scotts Bluff County. Second purple is Whitney Pollock of York County, and first purple, Landry Sutton of Douglas Sarpy County. Entering the ring now is Class 18. These ewe lambs will weigh anywhere from 141 to 146. Again, this is Class 18. And again, a reminder to our top two in each commercial class, make sure that you weigh back, check in at the desk immediately after leaving the show ring. Top two in each commercial class must be weighed back.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the 2021 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Swine Showmanship Competition. I have just made a first call for Class 1 Intermediate Swine Showmanship. We will start with that class in the south ring. If you have a program, you will notice we will rotate back and forth between the two rings for our classes. So we are calling up Class 1, and we will try to start at 3 o'clock.
I think a real challenging top set here, maybe top 4, top 5, some depth, some quality, some things that kind of start to kind of differentiate and maybe kind of break down as we kind of wear on. But I'm not sure amongst these top 3 they ever really kind of separate themselves. Amongst those 3, I think there's some without question, some advantages that each one of them hold. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that one of them just jumps out at me and it's the one that I'm absolutely the most comfortable landing on, because I think each one of them maybe have some holes that you kind of have to weigh against where you're comfortable. But with that being said, I think without question, the logical place, in my opinion, is to use the young man that goes ahead and wins. I think from a female standpoint, and just talking about the uniqueness that ewe lamb has, that one's good in terms of her shoulder. She's good in terms of her body. She's athletic. She's sound. She just offers us a lot of quality. She doesn't necessarily have anything that just jumps out, in my opinion, that's just a big hole. She's one that maybe doesn't touch with quite as much tone and just as much true definition and shape down her back. She wants to get just a little funky down her top line, but she's one that as we get her loose and we get her in motion, that one's sound. She's athletic. I think that's a real nice one to start with. I love the body shape. I love the forerib shape. I love how the ewe lamb in second draws back. She's soft through her midrib and flank. She kind of gives us that quality look from a female standpoint. She's big in terms of her muscle shape. That one's as crisped up and as clean in terms of her body wall as anything we've got amongst these top 4 or 5. She gets a little shorter about her neck. She gets a little rounder out of her shoulder. She's one that wants to close off at the base of her chest. I'd like to modify that one's front end from her shoulder forward. I'd like to see her a little more athletic when we got her loose and we've got her in motion. But that one's round in terms of her body. She's shallow. She's athletic. She gives us a really neat look from a skeletal makeup standpoint. Just like to change some things out of that one's front end. Another good one that comes in second. I'll be honest, I'm struggling with the one in third because I like that one when she's loose. I like her when she's in motion. That one's bold in terms of her center. She's as big and wide in terms of the center portion of her body as anything that we've got. She gets real down fronted. She gets short about her neck. She's kind of wanting to suck back. I know that young man's doing a heck of a job kind of trying to keep this one put together. But as we get a view on that one and we start to work her into that top 3, she wants to pull down at the base of her chest and she wants to read just a little off and a little unorthodox in terms of how she's put together from the front portion of her body forward. And so I'm kind of struggling with some things there. That one's got some awesome pieces. That's a real high quality one that comes there in that third spot. Just kind of like to see that one kind of stand up, prop up, kind of highlight some quality view from the side. We've got a real basic one that comes in here in fourth. That one's wide and stout in terms of her foundation. She's pulled apart in terms of her feature. That one's got some extra ruggedness and just some female characteristics that I think are very, very unique. She's round in terms of her body shape. She wants to get a little drier in terms of her flank. She wants to get a little shorter about her head and neck. She's one that you'd like to see a little more up and out, especially as you compare to maybe one or the two up front. That was a good set. We had 4 up top there that I think were all red with a lot of quality. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Quick note to our parents, who I'm sure are the ones holding on to the 4-Hers packets. There are thank you notes in those packets, and we're asking you to have your 4-Hers sit down, fill out those thank you notes, and let's get them mailed to thank all our amazing sponsors. They're trying something new this year by putting thank you notes in all the packets. Plus, when you checked in and got your kid's t-shirt, or they picked up their t-shirt, they should have also gotten another thank you card. That one can be dropped back off into the main office of the livestock building. Entering the ring now is Class 19. These ewe lambs will weigh from 148 to 153 pounds. Here's your results of Class 18. Red ribbon winners will be Sydney Harris from Phelps County, Burke Settles from Saunders County, Ian Lawrenson from Lancaster County, Brindley McNeil from Webster County. Blue ribbon winners, Cooper Duden from Scottsbluff County, Kyle Riak from Wisner. Crew Freeland will be your third purple from Saunders County. Second purple is J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. And first purple to Orrin Berkey of Lancaster County. Again, in the ring now is Class 19. These ewe lambs will weigh from 148 to 153. No, not that one. There's an F.
I think a real nice class as we kind of start to work maybe into some of these heavier weights. I think there's probably a fine line from a maturity standpoint, maybe on a few of these that we maybe sorted out a little sooner than maybe originally would have planned. I think some sheep that might be starting to get just a little more mature up front. Some sheep that are maybe just a little further along from a condition standpoint than maybe I would prefer. But certainly quality class that we had to work through here. I think it probably sorts, in my opinion, kind of into this top three that we've got here. I thought there was some variations and some challenging decisions that could be made here. I think there's some give and take amongst each one of them, and that's certainly kind of how I saw it and kind of how I saw these three. They were three that I think from the time that they came in, I never questioned that it wouldn't kind of come down to this final trio that we had to kind of sort through. I think if you analyze those sheep at the ground, that's probably where it sorts in my opinion. Young man's ewe lamb that goes ahead and lead the class. That one's so good just in terms of her general foundation and her build at the ground. She's wide and pulled apart through the lower portion of her skeleton. She's good in terms of her feet and leg placement. She's round in terms of her body shape. She's athletic when we get her in motion. She's maybe not quite as dynamic and unique in some certain areas as a few of the other ones maybe within this particular class or something we've seen. But I think you talk about basic, good, fundamental pieces, and it doesn't matter what species you're talking about. I think females that come in that look like that, they're built like that from their head and their shoulder, and they transition and blend and draw back the way that she does. I think that's just an incredibly high-quality one that we've got to go ahead and lead with. I love the extra shape and just general muscle shape and just topside skeletal width that the ewe lamb that comes in here in second's got. That one touches with tremendous amount of tone. And you just talk about from a carcass value standpoint, that one offers a tremendous amount of extra just general shape and power. So you naturally kind of gravitate towards that. She's clean about her shoulders. She's long about her neck. She's shallow in terms of the base of her body. Read that one down low, and I want to stouten her up in her foundation. I'd like to see her just a little more rugged in her kind, especially as we compare her to the one that wins. But that one's got an extra shot of carcass value. That one's good looking. She's got some body shape to her. I think a real nice one that comes in that second spot. I think one that comes in third here, again, that reads very similar to maybe kind of what we talk about in our class winner. That one's athletic. She's sound. She's basic in her kind, and that's certainly, to me, a compliment. That one in terms of her neck and her shoulder you like. That one loose. She's level in her skeleton. She's level in her spine. She's good from a skeletal makeup standpoint. I read her as being a little flatter and a little more closed off at the base of her body. We get around behind that one. I want to see just more general width. I want to see just more body width. I want to see her just pulled apart down low. That one's good in her kind. She's basic in her parts and pieces. She's sound and flexible in terms of her feet and legs. That's a real nice one, again, that goes in that third spot. Again, a quality class. I congratulate the exhibitors that are sitting here ringside.
We're set to bring in class number 20. There are 22 total in this grouping. This is class 20, commercial meat breed ewe lambs that weigh 154 to 160 pounds. Here is your results of class 19. Red ribbon winners include Carrie Smith from Buffalo County, Emma Ott from York County, Torrance Count from Dodge County, Ashley Robertson from Perkins County. Blue ribbon winners include Preston Bobenheimer from Red Willow County, Jalen Wolflinger from Dawson County, Kenley Fadick from Lincoln County. Third purple is Ida Swine from Frontier County. Second purple is to Matea Roberts from Lincoln County. And first purple, Blake Bruns from Lincoln County. Again, entering the ring now will be class 20, lambs that weigh from 154 to 160.
in sheep exhibitors. The sheep program has been posted for tomorrow. All changes are due tonight by 8 o'clock p.m. The only place that this is posted is going to be outside of the livestock office. Again, any market sheep changes must be done by 8 o'clock p.m. to the livestock office, and it is posted right outside the livestock office. Exhibitors receive a thank you card that we're asking you to fill out to our generous donors. You do not need to write this thank you to anyone in particular. It is just going to our overall donors. So just thank them for their support and their generosity. You do not have to address it to anyone in particular. Thank you for filling those out. And as soon as you fill them out, please bring them back to the livestock office so that we can get them to our appropriate donors.
I think a real nice class. You know, we didn't have the numbers maybe that we've had a few of the other ones, but I think we've got 5 or 6 individuals out here that all showed up without question to the state fair with a really nice ewe lamb. I think it gets to kind of sort into a naturally just kind of a top pair to sort through here as these 2 individuals come in. I think from the get-go, those were 2 that initially hit me whenever they first came into the ring. I like the young man's blue pelted ewe lamb there to go ahead and start. That's the one that I read as just being the most comfortable when she's loose. She's the most comfortable, especially out of her shoulder and just how she gets about the ring. I think both of those females, you analyze them up front, you analyze them from their back. Those are just very, very high quality females. They're high quality just in terms of their body shape, their level out of their spine. They're good in terms of their feet and legs. I like that blue one just a little better up front, especially as we get her in motion. I know the young lady's ewe lamb's probably not one that, you know, being shown on a halter is maybe not one that naturally just gets out and travels. That sheep wants to maybe just get a little more restricted, maybe just a little straighter out of her shoulder. I read her as just being a little more rigid in her spine as we got her moving about the ring. That was a close pair. That's kind of how I saw it. I think that's 2 real high-quality ones that we've got. We've got a real round-bodied, real shallow one that comes in here in third. That one draws back and wedges in the correct manner. She's soft about her flank. She's got some general muscle shape up high. You like how that one touches. Probably one that's just a little leaner maybe than we've seen in a couple of the last few classes. I like a lot of things about that one. There's some good from a carcass standpoint. There's some good just from a general rib shape and just how that one's built from a skeletal makeup standpoint. She wants to get a little more closed off at the base of her body as you read her through her chest. She gets a little more narrow as we get around behind her. I'd like to pull her open at the base of her body. I'd like to pull her out of her neck and just in terms of how she's put together through her blade. But I think that's a real good, especially through the center portion of that one's body. That's a good blue ewe lamb that comes in there in third. We've got one that's very traditional in how she's put together in fourth. She's wide, she's square, she's practical in how she's put together. That's all good, positive things. She gets a little more uncoordinated out of her hind leg. She's not quite as dynamic up front. Tough class, that's a real good one. Just kind of fell into that fourth spot for me. Join me in congratulating these kids ringside on a job well done.
Here are your results of Class 20. Red ribbon winners include Sydney Harris from Phelps County, Alvia Grotlution from Platte County. Blue ribbon winners, Chloe Hanslick from Knox County. Purple 3 is to Asa Andrew of Otto County. Colburn Clausen of Furnace County is your second purple, and Ian Lawrenson of Lancaster County is purple 1. Entering the ring now is Class 21. These lambs will weigh from 168 to 206. This is our last class of commercial meat breed ewe lambs. Then we will have yearlings.
I think a nice way to finish off our ULAM class, obviously getting into some of these from a maturity standpoint, from a weight standpoint, that are maybe getting a little further along and just in terms of preference from a condition standpoint. But I don't think there's any question that the young ladies blue ULAM was the one to win. When that one initially hits the ring, she's the one I like. She's ultra athletic. She's really sound. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. We get that one moving about the ring. And then she props up and she shows that one off. That one's got some look up front. She's got some substance. She's got some stoutness. I think a real high-quality one that goes ahead and win this class. We've got a speckle-face one that comes in second that I think reads true and very similar in some areas to the one that wins. That one's big and bold in terms of her center portion of her body. There's some spread and some general width there. I think you study that one at the ground, and you just like how she's put together. She's wide in terms of her feet and legs and how she's put together on her corners. She's one that's not quite as dynamic. She's not quite as unique. That's just a very safe, very high-quality one. I think that's a good speckled face one to go into that second spot. We've got a tall fronted, long spined, a little more extended one that comes in third. That one's got the extra length. She's got the extra extension. She's one that I read as just being a little more closed off in her body cavity. She's a little flatter in her general makeup. That's a nice, long-sided, extended one, though, that kind of falls into that third spot in a tough class of big ones. Again, let's congratulate these exhibitors. Good way to finish off our ULAM class.
Because they're going to dig and put hard lines up. Here's your results of Class 21. Red ribbon winners include Ava Kerwin of Fillmore County, McKenna Ratchie of Adams County. Blue ribbon winner to Aubrey Hanna of Colfax County. Second purple is to Asa Andrew of Odo County, and purple 1 to Colburn Clausen of Furnace County. This is our last class. This is Class 22. These are commercial meat breed yearling ewes. Yearling ewes that weigh from 114 to 171. After this, we'll be bringing in our first and second purples to make the selection of your champion commercial meat breed. And don't want to leave your seats, because then it's the final drive for our grand champion 4-H breeding sheep.
forward, and you could hook up just a little bit different from her shoulder there to her forward in the front part of that spine. But from their back, very correct and good contact. Congratulations, that Emily.
I think a pretty challenging class that we've got to sort through as we kind of finish out with our yearlings. Just a lot of variation. There's some give and take here, but I think the logical thing, in my opinion, you've got an athletic, good-fronted one that's coming here in the young man's blue one. I like that one, and just in terms of her shoulder, I like her in terms of her build. I just like that one just from a basic skeletal makeup standpoint. She's the one that's fit in and dialed in, I think, to the highest degree. I think that's a real good place to start in my mind. There's a lot of good pieces about this one that comes in second in terms of general touch and tone, back shape and spread and dimension over the top side of her skeleton. That one certainly, without questions, got some class advantages. She gets short about her neck and she gets round out of her shoulder. That's one that you'd like to see just dialed back a little bit. I'd like to see that one just a little more unique up front. There's some extra substance and stoutness, without question, that we've got with the one that comes in third. That one gets a little more jammed up in terms of the front portion of her body. I'd like to see that one a little more extended in her con to go along with that extra width and stoutness. But just in terms of being a big-bodied, real practical kind of female, there's one that sits in that third spot in my mind. Real nice class to finish off. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
We're going to get the kids reorganized here momentarily to bring them all back in to make the selection of our commercial meat breed champion. Here's your results of Class 22. Red ribbon winners include Dusty Brown from Lincoln County, Dusty Brown from Lincoln County, Colt Laker from Thayer County, Carrie Smith from Buffalo County. Blue ribbon winners include Addie Stanwyck from Dixon County and Cooper Laker from Thayer County. First purple will go to Luke Hunziger from Pawnee County. All right, if we are about ready to go, we're going to be bringing in for the selection of your champion commercial meat breed and your reserve champion commercial meat breed. Thanks again to Birch Livestock and Union Bank and Trust for their continued sponsorship of this sheep program and our champions throughout the day. He'll be your first and second purples, and they're not in any particular order, representing Class 13. Aaron Berkey of Lancaster County and Blake Klug of Cedar County in Class 14. Jaylee Halstead from Cumming County, Sawyer Phipps from Chase County out of Class 15. First purple will be Elena Fangmeyer from Thayer County, and then Keaton Fadig from Lincoln County. Class 16. Lydia Okander from Butler County and Landry Sutton from Douglas Sarpy County. Class 17 representing will be Landry Sutton from Douglas Sarpy and Whitney Pollock from York County. Class 18. Aaron Berkey from Lancaster County. J.C. Wolfinger from Dawson County. Class 19 will be Blake Bruns from Lincoln County and Maida Roberts from Lincoln County. In Class 20, Ian Lawrenson from Lancaster County, Colburn Clausen from Furnace County. Class 21, Ace Andrew from Otto County and Colburn Clausen from Furnace County. And finally, Class 22 will be Luke Hunsinger from Pawnee County. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them all a great round of applause. These are your first and second place purples from each one of our class divisions of the commercial meat breed ewe lambs. As we're getting ready to make that selection of your champion commercial meat breed, just want to remind our 4-Hers that are in the ring and outside of the ring, you did receive some thank you notes in your packet when you picked them up. Having said that, make sure you get those thank you notes written our, of course, great folks that continue to sponsor you here at the State Fair would appreciate seeing a quick note of thanks from you.
Well, I think as we bring out our class winners and second places within our commercial division, I think a set that's just extremely representative of what we had to work through. I think if you're sitting ringside and you analyze these things, I would hope that you could find some with a tremendous amount of quality. I know that I have, and I'm not going to sit here and say that every one amongst those first and seconds necessarily had to be placed the way that I liked it. That's just kind of how I landed on it. There were some challenging calls. There were some decisions that we had to be made there. There were some places that maybe I was a little more comfortable with certain areas maybe than you would be ringside. But I think as you analyze these things, I don't think there's any question. I don't know how many we had, 8, 10, 12 classes, whatever it was, first and seconds, that all of these females aren't going to go on and do big things for these exhibitors, whether it's in a show setting, whether it's reincorporating those things back into a flock. There's just a lot of quality. First, second, we talk about some of those classes. We passed some purple ribbons out, amongst some of the thirds. Man, those classes were tough. This was a heck of a good commercial used show. I know we've still got an opportunity to come through and select our champion overall for our breeding sheep show here this afternoon. But I would compliment the exhibitors that we had to work through this afternoon within this particular division, because if you had an opportunity to come out here in this final drive, you're certainly doing a lot of things right. There were some exhibitors that had some sheep that I know the future is very, very bright. That's opportunity down the road, that those things will go on and do great things. So before we get to talking too much about the particular classes and maybe kind of the way that I like them, I would ask that you join me in congratulating all the exhibitors that participated in our commercial U division today. I think it's extremely challenging. We'll kind of talk maybe about some of those that I feel like are a little more in contention, that maybe surface a little higher as we kind of get them down here and kind of break them down. But I think it's extremely challenging. There was sheep, that we've got on one end of the spectrum that's future is extremely bright. We talk about that lightweight class, and that was the first class that we got to work through within this commercial our commercial division, and that was a pair that I thought was just awesome. That was a heck of a way to start this particular breed or this division. That's a pair that I think has a tremendous amount of future, whether it's in a show setting, whether it's going back into production, whatever the case may be. And so that just kind of set the stage for what we had to work with. It was really, really good. It was deep all the way through. We kind of sorted, maybe I kind of analyzed a few more as we've kind of worked through this deal, more so the ones that I feel like are in contention. There's one particular female out here that I think does a lot of things for me. And as we kind of break these things down, and not to sound rhetorical, we've talked about them. I've told you kind of where I land on them, maybe some of their attributes and some of the things that we'd like to change about them. I think when it comes down to a particular setting like this, and you have an opportunity to sit out here and have 18 or 20, for the most part, elite females, it comes down to which one you want to take home, especially if you're in this business and have an opportunity to hopefully evaluate some like that and go back and, maybe try to kind of replicate something that slightly resembles it. So from my standpoint, that's kind of where I land on them. It's the one that I'm the most comfortable with. It's the one that I feel like is the most unique and the hardest to put together. And I think there's one out here that does that to a very, very high degree. I'll be honest, it gets extremely challenging for reserve. We're going to name our champion, and then we'll probably come back through and actually kind of talk about the reserves and just kind of where I see things and kind of where I land on it. We're going to go ahead and get our champion out of the way, and then there's going to be a really tough call as far as that reserve, because I think there's, without question, 4 or 5 of them that are in contention that certainly could fit in that box. So again, we'll go out, we'll name our champion, we'll sort back through it and get our reserve. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors on an outstanding job. I think as we kind of sort through these 2 or 3, 4, I guess 5 that we pulled out, I'll be honest, it's extremely challenging. That reserve that we'll land on, I think it's a tough call. It's a tough call to make. I think there's some differences and some uniqueness and some dynamics and probably a handful of different opinions sitting around here behind me, and I'm 100% okay with that. It's just kind of where you want to land and kind of where you want to place your priorities. We pulled a handful of them out there that I like, that I felt like surfaced in terms of coming in and for contention of that reserve. Starting with the lightweight, and we talked about that pair a little while ago. I think as you analyze that one just in that female's basic build and how she's put together at the ground, I'm not sure that there's anything that we've got in the lineup that's that genuine in terms of her chest width, in terms of her body shape, and in terms of how that one's put together. I love that female just from a basic skeletal standpoint. She's one that's good in terms of her neck and her shoulder. She's dynamic in terms of her forerib shape. She props up, she highlights, she's athletic, she's sound. She's one of the smaller ones. She's maybe a little more moderate in her kind. She's one that's maybe just a nickel on the verge of maybe just, in my opinion, being a little quicker in her maturity. But if you analyze that one at the ground and you study just in her basic parts and pieces, I think there's a tremendous amount of good there. That one's without question in contention. Obviously, fighting with this one that wins Class 2. I know that that's frustrating. I've been there. I'd love to see this one get out and travel. You got to just kind of ask yourself and draw a line in the sand there and say, what's that one like out of the front portion of her skeleton? Is she good enough out of her shoulder? Does her chest hold up onto her body the way that it's supposed to? Is she bold enough through the center portion of her rib shape there? And those are all questions that normally you'd like to see that one just get out and get one good look at her whenever she's loose and in motion and see kind of how she motors around, especially out of the front portion of her skeleton. Obviously, that ewe lamb's kind of being a knucklehead, and that's kind of a decision that I have to make if that one's good enough. Because from there back, that one's genuine in her muscle shape. She's wide in terms of her body width. She's good in terms of her feet and leg placement. That one has a lot of good things to offer. Kind of question how she's built right there out of her front end, especially as we get her in motion. We talked about the one that came out in second behind that blue one, and that was a pair that we felt like, without question, had some bells and whistles that you really want to tie into. I felt like that was a close pair. I felt like that pair sorted itself, especially as we got that one loose and we got her in motion. That's a ewe lamb that naturally is a little shorter about her blade. We like those things about her because when we get her propped up, it makes her look so dynamic in terms of the center portion of her body. But she wants to run downhill ever so slightly as we get her in motion. She wants to close off at the base of her body and kind of right there through her chest ever so slightly. See that one just pulled apart and wide up front just to match the true power that she's got. That one's got the extra feature. That one's got the extra stoutness. She's big and bold through the center portion of her body. From a carcass value standpoint, there might not be anything within this particular class that has that much just true shape and dimension up high. Again, another one you kind of question some things with maybe on that one's front end, but that one is really, really good without question. Another one that we've got that's certainly in contention. I love the ewe lamb that we've got whenever we get her propped up and turned sideways. That one's round. She's shallow. She's soft flanked. She props up. Feet and legs, get her in motion. She looks the part. That one has a really unique look about her. That's initially one that I just want to jump on and gravitate towards. We talked about it in class. Is she wide enough? Is there enough punch there? Is she got enough true muscle shape and width up high? You look at that one at the base of her body and she wants to close up ever so slightly. We start to compare it to a couple of the ones that we're kind of bringing out and we've got here in contention. And I just got to ask myself, is there enough to her? If there's enough to her, there's no question that one's look from the side is dynamic and unique as anything there is. Just questioning if there's enough true just shape there, just enough true just punch in that one, because she's got a wild, wild look to go with it. I love the ewe lamb in terms of just basic parts and pieces that comes out here. One of the bigger ones kind of down the line. If you've got 100 of those things, you can't tell me that every morning you wouldn't like to walk out there and look at them running across grass. That one's sound in terms of how she's put together. She's good in terms of her feet and legs. She's wide and bold and broody in her feature. She's good up front. That's one that we start to compare to a few of the other ones. Is there enough there? Is she bold enough and big enough just in terms of mass and muscle shape? She's got the feminine look. She's got the boldness through the center. Is there enough true power there? We're talking about these things that we all know are going to go into a weather setting for the most part. Probably all of them, if we're being honest. And so I kind of question, how does that one fit in relation to a couple of the other ones just in terms of just having enough there, enough punch, enough mass, enough general muscle shape? But without question, from a femininity standpoint, that's got that extra boldness, it's got that extra stoutness. I don't think there's any question that one brings a tremendous amount of value to the table. Again, we talked about it. There's 100 different ways that a person could probably shake it out. I land on them the way that I want to land on them. I think that any of these things out here are going to have a bright future and go out and just have a tremendous amount of success. There's one that I think follows the pattern for the one that we used. Again, we're going to go out and select our reserve. Let's congratulate all these exhibitors that are still out in the ring.
And the excitement is just building. Stick around. The selection momentarily of your grand champion 4-H breeding sheep and reserve champion 4-H breeding sheep will take place here momentarily as they get the kids reorganized in the holding area. And congratulations, your champion commercial meat breed went to Lydia Alkander from Butler County out of class 16. Your reserve champion is Aaron Berkey out of Lancaster County, class 13. Again, momentarily, we'll be starting that final drive for your grand champion 4-H breeding sheep of the Nebraska State Fair. We are just moments away from making the entrance for our grand champion 4-H breeding sheep.
Yep. I've waited on them long enough. I came for it. I've got one down there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome these youth in the ring. They've been showing since 8:30 this morning. It's time to make the selection of your grand champion 4-H breeding sheep of the Nebraska State Fair. Representing the South Downs in your champion, Elizabeth Skavinsky of Valley County. Reserve went to Lauren Richards of Fillmore County. In the Suffolks, Evan Ruzicka of Knox County, reserved to Evan Ruzicka of Knox County. In the all other registered breeds, Kyle Gross family of Washington County and Lauren Richards of Fillmore County. For the Hampshires, it's Michael Lockey III from Lancaster County and Taya Hambleton from Madison County. All wool breeds, Kate Dork of Douglas Sarpy County and Marissa Rowley from Douglas Sarpy County. In the Dorsets, Henry Turnus from Douglas Sarpy County and Hayden Schimner from Scottsbluff County. And finally, for the commercial meat breeds, your champion, Lydia Alkander from Butler County and Aaron Berkey of Lancaster County. Let's give these youth a big round of applause. This is your selection of your grand champion 4-H breeding sheep of the Nebraska State Fair.
Well, I think as we get our champions out here from each one of these breeds, very highlights of each one of those particular divisions and what we had to work with. I think just a tremendous amount of set champions and reserves. We talked about it from the beginning, maybe a couple of those classes that didn't necessarily have quite the numbers that maybe we ran into as the day kind of wore on, but I don't think there's any question that the amount of quality was there. I think it just kind of highlights as we get these guys out here. I think just a tremendous amount of females. I think females that probably have some different areas that maybe they'll go into production and kind of where their value lies. And that's certainly okay. That's what makes this whole deal. That's what makes this whole deal turn. So I'm real comfortable landing on the two that we're going to name champion and reserve. I think it's been a tremendous show. I think this just lays the foundation for how fun tomorrow is going to be. Just sorting through the market show. Tremendous amount of just starting this morning from senior showmanship all the way till we just finished up a little while ago with our commercial U division. Been some tough decisions, been some challenging ones in my mind, some things that you can maybe kind of question just a little bit as you kind of go home. But that's because they're good. That's because the kids are good. They show good. That's because there's some decisions amongst some sheep that have a lot of quality, and those decisions get tough. And there's sometimes just kind of a line that you need to draw there and kind of land on where you're the most comfortable. So If you would, we'll go out. We'll name our champion and reserve overall today for our 4-H breeding sheep show. If you would, please join me in congratulating all the exhibitors that participated today.
Congratulations, your champion breeding ewe exhibited by Lydia Okander from Butler County. Your reserve champion breeding ewe also comes out of the commercial meat breed, Aaron Berkey of Lancaster County. Hang tight, we'll be back out here in the show ring with goats over here to my right at 5 o'clock, and the sheep will be back here tomorrow morning at 8:30 for the market classes.
certainly will performance in our class third and second. Love that everybody presents. We can just look at it up there behind the shoulder and the forehead and everything will piece together. I just have fun with this structure, that extra performance picture, and all that. I like a lot of our second half, but there's probably some sitting around that will say, well, we're here and that never listed as a discount for me. And I guess I can appreciate that. You normally go up and got she's not set because she's honored, set because she's not set in terms of keep that structure. And that proves out she's old, she's got some things that she's behind. Is she hard? Is she small? But she makes that decision. But I think she's too good to not have the top here. That's what I do there at the top. So we have to stop. I think we're going to be a piece for 3 and 4 because of that opening to present or second meeting up. I mean, this whole thing now, soundness and ability to do it. We have to stop and do things on flex yourself for that in those first parts of the fourth place team. Or that 2/3 are very, very nice and hard, and we'll straighten the angle of that shoulder. Like the left, and see more raises out, very level of structure. That's to it. Again, just needs to be correcting the angle of the shoulder so that she's getting together better and get out of motion. You can see it where the spine starts to move really high as well. Or very good. Functional side of the fit. Look for a future. Doesn't have to outweigh as well as she needs. Get out, cover, practice, whatever you want to do. All the money that they don't play. This has to go at 3 o'clock and her. I consider her I consider it as being a structure and balance that they can inspire lives.
guys again, what a great class. People tell me, congratulate me, said young people, awesome, said you're a lot of decisions to be made here, but it took about 10 seconds in the ring to know where my top pair was, and it wasn't because they hit me exactly the same. I wish you could take this top pair of heifers, piece them together into one, but we built ourselves a heck of a female process. I would love them both, and I just hope you can see the differences. It's less about which one you like to place and more about appreciating both and seeing the differences in both, and then making a decision. No question, as you are, everything just comes together a little better on the class. Stronger behind your shoulder, the transition, the neck, the shoulder, the forefoot are just smoother and way, all of those things piece together. And that's ultimately my decision maker in that particular pair. She's modern. I love the sweet she got to her hip. I really want to make her the better structure than her. I think the structure of those two females just has to be the same. She's handling her faster and just a little nicer than the big heifer behind her is. If she was just laying back a little more laying over her shoulder, then I use her to make this thing and I'll think about it. That's what I think on her, just to take from a structure standpoint. For that heifer to have a beautiful look, presenting off some sort of fresh condition in this case. I don't think I'll not that much. She is not the power heifer in this case. No question. Not just because she's bigger. That for a second has way more real natural dimensions. Study another top of her hip, there's more powerful everywhere. With that, those pieces very powerful out. And with that, I guess, maybe very different cattle, the two excellent cattle, both have a place in our industry, both have to be gated differently as we look forward to the future and start thinking about what to do with them as a sure cow. I think both are extremely good in our own. We go here third, and this is good fundamental. She needs to be spruced up front. She needs to be a little more attractive, deeper in the way those things come together, the rest of her neck, the base of her chest, her lower shoulder, her body, all of her depth, her uniformity, body depth, her flesh, knees, her performance, all things is right. Maybe her heart, even though she can be a little sleeper and eater up front, she's got on that balance. I'd like to see her stay with herself, just a little better, she comes back, she wants to hold,
Well, good evening to everybody, and welcome back to the show ring here at the Nebraska State Fair. Our focus now is going to be on the 4-H Goat program and 4-H Showmanship. Our judge today is Dr. Jeff Ripley from College Station, Texas. He worked in the Texas Extension Service for 32 years. He has judged sheep and goats all over the country, actually raising 4 kids in that sheep and goat industry, and they did it all as a family. Currently, they raise 300 does. We would like to welcome Dr. Ripley to the state of Nebraska and the Nebraska State Fair as we kick it off with class number 1. This is Intermediate Showman.
Well, good evening. Excellent, excellent group of showmen to get us started here. I've left two out here that we're going to bring back for the finals. These two are not placed in any particular order, but we're going to bring them back for the finals. A really, really deep set over here. I felt like we've got a group of showmen that did a really nice job. We're not going to talk a whole lot about things that we did right and wrong. We'll get to that as we work through and as we get to the finals, and you can see a little more about what I'm looking for. Body position, the ability to have them walk and give me a good look and the right kind of a pose from the side, feet and leg placement, confidence, ring confidence is awfully important to me as we work through these showmen. Again, no major problems in this particular age division. I think every one of you young people did a nice job, and when we come back out and you're showing when it counts in the class and you're trying to place or win your class, I think you all did a job that certainly you're not going to take away from the quality of your animal out here. Deep set of showmen that we've got out here in this particular set. We're going to bring these two back for the finals after a while. All these kids deserve a big round of applause. If you'd help me congratulate them on a good set.
figured out how to turn it off yet.
Entering the ring now will be your next class. This will be class number 2 of intermediate showman. Here's your results of class 1. Blue ribbon winners will include Skylar Hansen from Seward County, Drew Saney from Platte County, McKenna Shea from Brush Creek, Madison Snyder from Saunders County. Coming back in the finals and purple ribbon winners includes Jasper Lange from York County and Kyle Riley from Seward County. Mackenzie Pitzmeyer from Jefferson County was a purple ribbon winner, along with Adeline Scher from Lincoln County.
Well, another outstanding set of showmen over here. I've left two that we'll bring back into the finals. It probably just did a few more of the things that we need to do for me in terms of showmanship, in terms of handle quality and feet and leg placement. Get them presented maybe just a notch better on the profile, but lots of showmen that I thought did a really good job all the way through. Again, you're not placed at all over here. You just kind of pulled in groups, and we've got a group of purples and blue showmen over here that I thought did a great job in this intermediate division. Congratulations on another deep class.
Here are your results of Class 2, your blue ribbon winners. Riley Hopkins from Colfax County, Taylor Schaaf from Holt County, Gavin Schur from Lincoln County, Caitlin Rizak from Saunders County, Tripton Stack from Dawes County. Purple ribbon winners include Ashlyn Jasnek from Seward County, Teresa Klein from Howard County. Heading into the finals, Wyatt Envelson from Hull County and Ashley Robertson from Perkins County. Entering the ring now will be your Class 3 of the Intermediate Showman.
Really, really deep set as we start working through this intermediate division. I think a set here that's just a notch more competitive maybe than we've seen. And as you get them out here and you start studying, in my mind, these three are showmen that would have done well in previous heats and certainly deserve to have an opportunity to come back and see what they can do in the finals and compete against others. These three, I thought, did a nice job of the big things that we need to do with body position, with giving a nice touch and handle, with really paying attention to feet and legs. Got them presented well on the move as they came in and as we walked them around on profile. I thought these three probably just bubbled to the top for me and are deserving of another look. And that doesn't take anything away from the other five that we've got over here. Again, a really, really deep class. I thought these kids did a great job in showmanship. Let's give them a big round of applause if you would.
Here's your results of Class 3 of your intermediate showman. Blue ribbon winners, Justine Pope from Buffalo County, Brindley Langley from York County, Chloe Cutlers from Lancaster County, Isaiah Ekstrom from Merrick County. Purple ribbon winners, Eli Stein from Saunders County. Headed back into the finals, Brooke Carey from Holt County, Kissney Crow from Seward County, and Baylor Barons from Saline County. Entering the ring now will be Class 4 of 5 of your intermediate showman.
Well, another really good group in my mind, probably another really deep group, probably given more purples in this group than we've given in other classes. But I think with that said, I think there's two that just did a few of the things a little better out here for me and really got these goats presented well. Obviously different styles in terms of showmanship because we've got different kinds and ages and sizes of goats. But these two did an outstanding job of eye contact, of feet and leg placement, of making the front end look right, getting them presented on the move, all those things that we need to do to work these goats up into the top end in their particular classes. So again, some really smooth, accomplished, confident kind of showmen out here. We've got several coming up that fall right in behind them that I thought were awfully good, that maybe at times had feet and legs off just a little longer than we needed them off, maybe didn't do quite as good a job of keeping that head and neck coming right up out of the top of the shoulders and giving quite the look from the side. But some showmen in here that I thought were awfully good, made this a really deep class. Let's congratulate these kids, if you would. Another good set.
We're about ready to let in our final class, Class 5 of Intermediate Showman. But in the meantime, here's your results of Class 4. Blue ribbon winners include Grace Mitchell from Holt County, Colin Hopkins from Colfax County, Abby Negley from Gothenburg County, Talon Lee from Merritt County. Purple ribbon winners include Paxton Barons from Saline County, Bridget Kavan from York County, Hadley Sullen from Wayne County. Heading into the finals, Sawyer Phipps from Chase County and Kelsey Luby from Seward County. Entering the ring now is your final class of Intermediate Showman. After that, we'll be making the selection of your champion, reserve, and third place Intermediate Showman, being brought to you by Union Bank and Trust and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation.
Another really good group. I have no question the finals are going to be very competitive in this intermediate division. I've left two out here. Again, really different showmanship styles, but I do the things that we need to do. Really paid attention to feet and legs, kept the goat presented nicely on profile, on the move, on rear view. Always knew the view that I wanted and where I was, and adjusted well to what I was looking for in terms of showmanship. Probably these two just did a notch better job out here on profile, keeping feet and legs set square, keeping head and neck coming up out of the top of the shoulders maybe than some of the ones that followed. But we got another really deep group over here with several purples and several blues that were right there on the verge to me of being purple. Just an outstanding group of intermediates. Looking forward to seeing our 10 or 11 that we've got coming back in the finals and sorting through them. But all these intermediates that have shown in this division day to be congratulated. What a really, really good group. Let's give them a round of applause if you would.
These are your 10.5.
Are they about? As they get ready to line up the youth to bring in and for the selection of your champion and reserve champion intermediate showman, here's your results of Class 5. May Matalka from Saunders County, blue ribbon winner. Raylan Bemmer from Wayne County. Kendall Castle from Saline County. And Allie Negley from Gothenburg County. Your purple ribbon winners will include Jezebel Olson from Webster County and Levi Finn from Platte County are your purple ribbon winners. Coming back will be Julie Luby from Seward County and Cash Parrish from York County. So as they enter the ring, ladies and gentlemen, these are your drive competitors. Out of Class 1, Jasper Lange from York County, Kylie Riley from Seward County. In Class 2, Wyatt Bolton from Hall County, Ashley Robertson from Perkins County. Class 3 will include Baylor Barons from Saline County, Brooke Carey from Holt County, and Cassina Crow from Seward County. Class 4 includes Kelsey Luby from Seward County, Sawyer Phipps from Chase County, and in class number 5, Julie Luby from Seward County and Cash Parrish from York County. These are your intermediate showmen competing for this final drive of the champion intermediate showman. Let's give them a big round of applause for the work they put in to bring them back into the ring. We would also like to give a big shout out and thank you to Union Bank and Trust, the Nebraska 4-H Foundation, and this man that you see in front of the announcer stand is Mr. Don Peterson. Mr. Peterson's been doing this for 35 years, supporting our 4-Hers, and he is a supporter of all the species. Thank you, Mr. Peterson, for what you do for the 4-Hers here in our state.
Well, first and foremost, let's put our hands together for the finalists in our intermediate division. 11 really good showmen out here. I think it's 11 really good showmen out here that came out of some tough classes in this intermediate division and made it back out here into the finals. If you made it out here, you did a lot of things extremely well today, so congratulations on that. I pulled 6 across that for me, as I stand off and study, I'm pretty critical on where you place yourself in relation to the goat. I like for showmen to be more in front of the goat. That typically causes head and necks to come up out of the top of the shoulders a little better. It typically makes them kind of want to plane up from their hip up to the top of their shoulders and give you that look from the side. It's not so much the way the goat's built as it is the way you're getting them shown. And I thought these 6 that I pulled out probably did a little better job on that for me. So I pulled them out, worked with them a little more. You know, as I start sorting the things that I look for in showmanship that I want to see as we get out here is I want showmen that are really efficient, that are really quick, that see things that need to be changed and react pretty quickly. for me, when I walk goats, when I have you walk and I have you stop, there's two opportunities for your goat to look bad. When you get out of them right now, if I asked you to walk, and when you get out of them, if you can't get them walking pretty quickly, they're not going to look very good. They drop their front end, they get easy in their top. And then when I ask you to stop until you get back into them and get just that light brace and get those feet and legs set, they can look pretty bad. So you got to be quick and you got to be efficient on getting them to move. And then once we stop, getting back in front of them and getting that brace out of them. So when I walked you that last time, you helped me a little bit kind of sort into a top 3 or 4. I pulled you out. All of you did a nice job. The question I asked you was really more of an opinion question. I wanted to know what you thought about the strengths and weaknesses of your goat, but I wanted to see what you knew about your project. You all did a really nice job answering that question. So congratulations on that. Tells me the work at home and your understanding of the project and your understanding of what we're looking for, whether it's a breeding goat, whether it's a market goat, is deep. And I appreciate that from a showmanship standpoint. I will say that I'm not a judge that in showmanship wants to ask a lot of questions. I think in Texas, we have quiz bowls for that. Well, that's where kids get the opportunity to showcase their knowledge of the project. For me, showmanship is about getting livestock exhibited in the ring. And that's more what I focus on. When I get into a close placing, I'll ask a question and I'll gauge some awareness and some knowledge about the project. But I am much more critical in showmanship about your ability to get these goats shown and get them exhibited to me, keep them looking the part when we're out here in showmanship. That's what it's all about for me. I'm going to tell you there's one showman in here that for me was dominant today, that was fantastic from start to finish in the class earlier. When we come back out here in the finals, I think we've just got one out here that to me was almost flawless. And showmanship's a team sport. This individual's got a goat that likes to show, and that's important. But that goat likes to show, in my opinion, because this exhibitor spent a lot of time teaching that goat to show. And when we get back out here, that bubbles to the top for me. I think from there it gets really close between 2 or 3 showmen that could be in the hunt for second and third in this particular division. But again, little things matter for me, and little things like feet and leg placement, little things like having those front feet off the ground a little too long when we bring them up and we bounce them up to get them set. Little things like maybe not being quite as quick and efficient on giving me a front view or knowing what I was looking for as I'm out here studying. I'm critical on a couple of things that I'll go ahead and give you a couple of things that I pay attention to in showmanship. When you're walking, I like you to use your right hand to walk the goat. I really do. I think you get a better movement on the goat. I think typically you can get more pressure moving forward on the goat, and you're walking forward instead of having to walk sideways if you're leading with your left hand. I'm pretty critical on that. There's some kids that made the final that lead with their left hands and did a nice job with it, but I still think you get a better job getting these goats presented on the move if you'll walk with your right hand and keep them moving. I want you to walk at a pace where you're even with their front legs. The head and neck are coming right up out of the top of the shoulders. That's critical for me when I'm studying. I like to watch them move, and you can see showmen that do that and do just a little better job of that as we get them out here and we start moving them around. So I'm not going to talk everything because that's going to make the seniors come in here and know everything we're looking for, but those are some of the things that separated these 6 and then helped me make my mind up as we work through them. And I'll tell you, there's after we get past our champion, it gets really, really close. To me, there's probably any of you could come up and be second on any given day or third on any given day. I'm going to go shake the hands of these exhibitors in order, first, second, and third. But again, all of you to be congratulated just making it back out here in the finals. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'll go get your champions in this division.
To our winners that were just selected, you need to stay in the ring to get your awards. So if you could come back, please, to get your awards. Again, we would like to thank Mr. Don Peterson for his 35 years of continued support of our 4-H program as he sponsors all the species awards along with Union Bank and Trust and the Nebraska 4-H Foundation. All right, congratulations to Brooke Carey of Holt County. She will be your champion, intermediate showman, reserve champion. We'll go to cash bearers from York County. And your third place intermediate showman is Sawyer Phipps from Chase County. We're ready to bring in those seniors. This is your first class. This is class number 6 of senior showmanship.
Very strong, high quality class here. Please consider the big hand for our first commercial edition. Excellent. But easy with it. And then we'll find your way pretty quickly. Power, performance, balance, structure, key pieces, all that together. So it's a complete kind of package. And in this particular line, it's kind of a no-brainer. Kind of needs to find a way to top it comfortably. So, outside of attitude, our number 7, confidence, our winner most effectively. I know she's not got the same kind of mass or performance in her, but I think she strikes you with an initial look of quality. She presented in a fashion that she pairs out nice with that number. Certainly from a movement and flexibility standpoint, she still keeps herself in the hunt. I think just an initial impression now is what you throw over her place. Yes, she has some attitude, got a little bit set for that mindset. That's still pretty nice. That was sitting there set. Probably the one that doesn't get you as strong in this top half a dozen at first glance is going to come here third. That one's like if you need your commercial that you have a full book of yours, you're probably not
Well, the seniors are going to get really competitive. Another good group here, another deep group of showmen. Some little things as we work through. There was a showman or two that I thought sure were going to be in the very top end that just had some issues towards the end with feet and legs or goats that were wanting to pull back and not stay level down their top. These two, for me, were a little more complete in the way we got them presented on profile, on the move, and both of these showmen I thought were really confident and gave the right kind of look as they came in the ring. They had the right kind of ring presence as they come in, always had a good touch and a good handle as well. I know this senior division is going to get really competitive and really tough when we start with a group like this, so congratulations to each of you. Looking forward to sorting through the seniors. We'll bring these two back in the finals.
That awkward moment.
Here's your results of Class 6 Blue Ribbon winners. Wade Ewald of Adams County, Elena Cutlers of Lancaster County, Faith Winkleman from Seward County. Purple Ribbon winners include Tavera Veras of Thayer County, Callie Collins of Hall County. Coming back for the finals, Ashley Saney of Platte County and Burke Settles of Saunders County. Entering the ring here momentarily will be class number 7 of senior showmanship.
Well, not a big class, but a really deep class. All 5 of these kids did an awfully nice job. The 2 that come back probably did just a tick better job of getting them shown to me on profile, giving me the right kind of touch and handle. Did a nice job getting them presented on the move. The coach wanted to walk and get around the ring for them, maybe just a notch better than some of the others that at times did out here. But again, 5 really good senior showmen. I think we're going to have a really good group coming back in the finals when we add these 2 into the mix as well. Congratulations.
Twice in a row there.
Here's your results of Class 7. Blue ribbon winners, Emma Schneider from Howard County, Kate Wagner from Douglas Sarpy County. Purple ribbon, Kaylee Davis from Grant County. And coming back in the finals, Ethan Euler from Howard County and Samantha Pinney from Scottsbluff County. Entering the ring now is Class 8. This is Class 8 of your senior showmen out of 11 classes.
Another really deep group of senior showmen out here, not taking anything away from the ones that we pulled to the side. These two right here, get them presented to me better on profile, plain and simple. Head and neck coming up out of the top of the shoulders, feet set where they need to be. These two showmen gave me a great front view, gave me a great side view. They got them presented well on the move. They just did a few things a little better than some of the others. There's still some really good showmen over here, but we've got some issues maybe at times with feet and legs being off, with tops getting a little easy on some of these goats. And then, in that final decision, we've got one that just wants to get that head and carry it a little forward. I'd like to see that head and neck coming a little more up out of the top of the shoulders like we've got with these two. But another outstanding group of senior showmen, some that are going to make it very competitive, no doubt. Congratulations.
Here's your blue ribbon winners coming out of Class 8. Lillian Bogle from Lancaster County, Levi Kronk from Holt County, Elijah Tennant Van Winkle from Hall County, and Paige Hansen from Seward County. Purple ribbon winners include Madison Kreimeier from Howard County. Coming back in the final drive will be Maya Carey from Holt County and Evan Ruzicka from Knox County. Entering the ring now will be Class 9. This is Class 9 Senior Showmanship.
Another really deep set. Several purple award winners in here, purple ribbon winners in here, and several more that I think are right there and did a really nice job. Again, when we get out here on profile, we've got two that are maybe just a little more control, keep feet and legs set, give me the right kind of look in terms of that front end. Both of these showmen did an awfully nice job on the move, getting the goats to walk and do what we need them to do coming in, and as we move them around the ring. I thought a really complete pair here to start with and to bring back into our finals, but a really deep class again. Congratulations on a good set.
She told us that when we all looked into it, like, you know, you said, you provoked me.
Here's your results out of Class 9 that just left the arena. Blue ribbon winners include Elena Thangmeyer from Thayer County, Taryn Shepard from Greeley County, Cole Luby from Seward County, and Travin Veras from Thayer County. Purple ribbon winners include Claire Johnson from Lancaster County, Sarah Mitchell from Holt County. Coming back for the final drive will be Ben Spencer from Buffalo County and Atlee Crockett from Thayer County. Entering the ring now will be Class 10. This is Class 10 of 11.
I think this group's double tough. I think there's lots of quality in here from end to end in this particular class of showmanship. I think that said, we've got three out here that just did a little nicer job on profile for me, getting them set and kind of propped up and giving me the look. Feet and leg set was just a notch better on these three than on the next two or three that were right in the hunt with them for me. And then in terms of the way they get them presented up through their front end, these three gave me a good touch and a good handle. We've got some other showmen in here that did that extremely well also, but at times wanted to let their goats get maybe just a little stretched out, maybe let that head carry just a little bit forward on profile. I think we've got one of the tougher classes we've seen, but all these kids deserve a big round of applause and certainly just made the finals get just a little tougher. Congratulations.
Peyton Shaw, would you please report to the entrance of the midway? Peyton Shaw, please report to the entrance of the midway.
Here are your results of Class 10 of Senior Showmanship. Blue ribbon winners include Michaela Hood from Box Butte County, Addie Stanton from Dixon County, John Odberg from Frontier County, Catherine Utek from Dakota County. Purple ribbon winners include Kylie Luby from Seward County. Headed to the finals will be Ty Peterson from Dodge County, Casson Bruns from Lincoln County, and Heather Lang from Lancaster County. Entering the ring, this is our last class of senior showmen. This is Class 11. After this, we'll be bringing in to make the selection of your champion senior showman.
Well, another nice group of senior showmen out here. A couple that to me were on profile, probably just a little more on point in terms of feet and legs and front ends and giving me the right kind of look. There's some things that at times we might change this a little bit. The doe kid kind of wants to pull down at times, but I thought the young lady did a nice job of correcting and working on that with her. The red doe kid at times gets a little easy top, but this young man does a nice job of getting some pressure back in her and getting her to brace up and give me the right kind of look. They did a great job getting them presented on the move and made these goats walk and look the part as we moved them around the ring, and that helped separate them towards the top of this particular class. Awfully deep class here. All these kids did a great job. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll move on and sort some finals with some seniors. They did a great job.
Here's your results of Class 11 as they get ready for the final drive here. Blue ribbon is Quinn Castle from Saline County, Autumn Hope from Holt County, Natalie Sheets from Lincoln County. Coming back real quick on the final drive is Aiden Nelson from Merritt County, Carrie Saney from Platte County. Other purple ribbons, Austin Cam from Cumming County, and Haley Finn from Greeley County. All right, in no particular order, here are your senior showmen making it in for the final drive. Ashley Saney from Platte County, Brooke Settles from Saunders County, Samantha Piney from Scotts Bluff County, Ethan Euler from Howard County, Ben Spencer from Buffalo County, Jason Bruns from Lincoln County, Maya Carey from Holt County, Heather Lang from Lancaster County, Evan Ruzicka from Knox County, Ty Peterson from Dodge County, Addie Crockett from Thayer County, Addison Nelson from Merritt County, and Carrie Saney from Platte County. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your champion senior showman final drive.
Peyton Shaw, please report to the entrance of the midway. Peyton Shaw, please report to the entrance of the midway.
We would like to make a thank you to Don Peterson again and Union Bank and Trust, along with the 4-H Foundation, for their sponsorship of our champion senior showman.
folks to get into Olympic expedition, or maybe really nice, really good for all particular fair, and then you get here to decide, and all those things we try to find all day, in terms of balance, in terms of quality, real function structure, all those things together, really effectively, really boost our structure to the point where we're soft for some, but you can get out, go, all put with no
Well, I think we've got an outstanding set of senior showmen out here in the finals, and we could have kept pulling across. I'm not going to lie, I could have pulled 5 or 6, but in my mind, I had 3 showmen that from the time we hit the ring over here, came through the gate, and every step that we went through, there's 3 that just kind of kept working their way to the top, and it was these 3. So I decided I'm going to pull these 3. I'm going to work them a little harder and decide on a placing and what we're going to do with these. And I'm telling you, there's a number of showmen over here that are this close to these 3 that did an outstanding job. A time or two, I'd look out and maybe we'd have a front end that was down just a little bit, a goat that wants to pull down. Maybe we'd have them standing just a little wide off the back legs, or maybe we'd be letting them get just a little easy behind their shoulders and in their top instead of staying in them. These 3 always had these goats looking right on profile. Every time I handled them, they gave me the right kind of touch and feel. So those kinds of things, I felt like these 3 did extremely well. I will say that in my mind, there was one showman that even in the class today, I thought was just completely dominant in his particular heat in his particular class. And I think when he comes back out here, I think we see that again. And I just think we got one that's really smooth, that does just a fantastic job on the move and on the profile, on the handle. Did a great job. And the question that I asked these kids was pretty simple. What's the weakness in the goat? And when you get out here, what are you trying to do to fix that as a showman? That's what's important. You need to understand as a showman when you come in the ring, what are you dealing with? What do you need to be focused on? What do you need to be trying to disguise or accentuate? That's your job as a showman, is to make him look or her look their absolute best out here in showmanship. I think you all 3 answered that question pretty good, but the individual that wins it absolutely nailed that question. And there's no question in my mind, this is a showman that doesn't show every single one of his animals the same. He knows what needs to be done with each one as he comes in the ring, and he tries to focus on that and make them look their absolute best. That's the mark of a good showman in my mind. That's the mark of an elite showman in my mind. And all 3 of these are really, really good showmen. You know, here I was in intermediate. I made the comment that I really like you to lead with your right hand, and we've got one out here that leads with the left hand and does it perfectly, absolutely perfectly. Young man in the middle leads with the left hand, but that goat comes right up out of the top of his shoulders. He's moving at the right pace, so he's learned to do it, and if we can do that, I'm good with it. When you can make them look like that on the move, leading with your left hand, I'm good with it. That's something that I do pay attention to in showmanship, and I personally, my son wanted to do that some, and I worked with him a lot to not do that, because I just think you're more comfortable looking, and it makes you look a little more awkward when you lead with that left hand. I think you're a little more comfortable looking when you are with your right hand. I think typically it works a little better, but nothing. I'm not going to correct this young man that leads with his left hand. He did a great job with doing that. All 3 of these young men are really smooth, really polished, really confident when they come in the ring. They've really done a great job of paying attention to feet and legs. Always gave me the great handle. All the big things are done extremely well. I think there's one that today's a little smoother for me, that was probably just a little quicker about getting set and getting everything looking the way that we want them to look out here on profile. I think we've got one that has got a goat that really likes to show and just gets out here and plants and does a great job with that. I think we got one that maybe had to fidget just a little more as we got into our top 3, had a goat that maybe didn't want to stay in there and just plant and do quite as well. When I asked you to walk to me, that was not just to get you away so I could ask you the question. When a judge asks you to walk to him, I really want you to walk them straight to me. I want to be able to see the front end, see the chest floor, see both shoulders. So walk straight to me. Then I'm if I come around and I want to look at him, get him set up, let me, or her set up, let me handle, do whatever we're going to do. When I ask you to go back, the judge typically wants to watch that animal walk straight away. So we can see base width, we can see how they handle their feet and legs, where their hock sets as they go away. Those are the kinds of things that we're typically looking for. I felt like that helped me sort just a little bit when we got into our top three. I thought two maybe did just a notch nicer job coming to me and going away as well. So again, it comes down to very minor things when we get out here in showmanship in this senior division. Any of these over here can be standing on this side on any given evening with any particular judge. These three suited me a little better today, and as we got them out here and as we studied them, I didn't necessarily pull you in the order that you're placed, but that's the way it works out for me. Young man in front, your champion. We're going to be reserve right here and third overall right here. Really a good group. Let's congratulate them.
Just a reminder, we will be back in the show ring. That'll be at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Congratulations to Brooke Settles from Saunders County, your champion senior showman. Your reserve goes to Kason Bruns of Lincoln County, and your third place is Ty Peterson of Dodge County. Thanks again to Don Peterson, Union Bank and Trust, and the 4-H Foundation, and of course our judge, Dr. Jeff Ripley from College Station, Texas. He'll be back in the ring with us again tomorrow morning, 8:30. Goats on this side, sheep on that side, and 4-Hers, don't forget, you've got thank you cards in your packets. Get those thank you notes written.
Well, guys, what a wonderful day. It has been a long day, and I'm going to sleep well tonight. But right now, I couldn't be any more excited for your young people. A little effort came to work through first showmanship this morning. I love showmanship. It's not easy, but especially when we got the quality young people we had to work through today. That was a blast to be able to share our thoughts on showmanship throughout the morning and early afternoon. Coming into this episode, this is everything you could have expected to be. And the comments and the part of the guys probably more importantly, maybe they haven't always been, at each show, whatever, through the regular classes, the basic function and practicality of how these young people are. I think there's speaks volumes to the depth and the quality, and maybe most importantly, the quality of readers in this region that take the time to help these young people get involved in this industry and just put a good livestock in their hands to build character and build these young